Okay, so hello and welcome everyone to New Moon 2021 Cycle 8, also known as Blood Moon number 2. So today I'm your host Player Zero and this will be the first stream for our Blood Moon series. So before we start, I'm just going to briefly explain what is New Moon and how the tournament works. So New Moon is our weekly round robin tournament. But what makes it unique is that it's a tournament that happens throughout the week, so people can play their matches at any point during the week as long as they find their opponent. So basically, think about it as more structured casuals. People take builds to try them, it's generally very relaxed. However, every 3 new moon cycles we have something called Blood Moon, which is where we are now. So Blood Moon is a special 3-week tournament where with weeks 1 and 2 we have, similar to the normal new moon, round robin tournament where everyone gets to play each other, and then for the last week, which is the top cut bracket, where people will compete in a double elimination bracket for who the winner will be, and the winner will be receiving the special Moon Master role. And so for this Blood Moon we have a record number of participants with over 37 players from all over the world and over 200 matches already done in week 1. So stay tuned, we have a lot of action coming up, and make sure you're ready. Okay, so going to be joining us today as our commentators are Solex, Frost, and Nereth. Hello guys.
Hey guys, it's really cool to be here. I'm excited for some more Battle Network action. Let's get into it.
Yeah, I can't wait to cast some of these matches with Soul here. And speaking of which, let's just hop right into the setup for the first match of the day, which I believe is a special double VOD of Soul X Cross versus Honor Knight. How do you feel about having the prestigious honor of being featured in the double VOD?
Honestly, it's the best. I'm honored and flattered to have been chosen as one of the special people. No, but it's really cool. I'm actually really excited because double VODs are something that take a lot of work to make. So when we put them out there, we really enjoy that people like seeing the sides from both perspectives during the match, and it makes it really exciting. It allows for a lot of rewatchability, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. It is a special something, and I want to throw out some special thanks too for Enduring Ray, who I believe was one to put this double VOD together. And so let's jump right into setups here. Looks like we've got it's a Gregar versus Bowser matchup. You're playing Gregar, of course, with your F code. You've got your main man base hanging over here, and with this attack plus 30 that I believe is supposed to be paired with it for that extra punch. And you've got a Machine Gun 3, Magnum, so you got a lot of Cursor, and you're going to be boosting that with the Race Cross, I assume. Gain some extra damage in.
So the way this folder's working right now is it's really heavy on the cursor to help destroy Dust Cross, because I don't want my opponent to have that opportunity to get their folder moving. I don't want them to be able to set things up. So these cursor chips are really going to put a pressure on that Dust Cross, especially if they don't have like turn 2 life or turn 1 life or, and even then it's still going to be difficult for them, because if I start off with the Erase Cross, then obviously what's coming next is that Erase Beast, and with that chip charging ability I can destroy that aura as soon as possible and get back to trying to delete that Dust Cross. Now what I did differently this week was I added attack plus 30 over Muramasa, and that attack plus 30 is there obviously for base, but it can also be tacked on to a Machine Gun 3 for extra damage, so I still don't lose value out of it if I need to like accelerate through my folder a bit faster, maybe to see a recover or an area grab sooner or something like that. So there's options for me to use that attack plus 30 on something else, and I feel like that's what you kind of really want to do, is not just put all your eggs in one basket for one chip. You want to have that fluidity to be able to tag it onto something else and still gain value out of it.
Yeah, definitely having a bit of versatility in the way you use your chips, having extra options available, you know, not having to sit on, and this is a problem specifically with PA folders usually, is you lose too much, generally speaking, from having to use chips individually within the folder if you have to, if you just have to throw it out so you can focus on getting one specific PA or, just moving through your folder. What ends up happening is the individual value from each chip tends to be diminished greatly, and that tends to be the whole point of PAs. But there are some notable exceptions with stuff like Dest Pulse, of course. Each pulse individually is still quite strong. In fact, it is arguably better to use each pulse individually, depending on the situation, really the context of the match. So, a lot of that damage is cursor, like you mentioned, and it's going to be a real pain for Dustcross to play around. Definitely hits different, having to worry about a lot of cursor chips as Dustcross. As a Balzar player, turn 1, well, obviously Honor Knight has full cust to deal with it, full cust regged. And so Honor Knight will have the option of just skipping that first turn, protecting Dust, and really just making sure that there's at least one turn of Dust Dig. But being forced to do that, or having to worry, kind of having to sweat bullets over Machine Gun 3 or Magnum connecting, once the barrier goes down, it will be a little bit harder for Honor Knight to kind of gauge whether or not he can hold on to full cust, or so it's gonna be interesting to see the interaction there and how it plays out. We'll see whether or not Honor Knight accounts for those cursor chips and respects them, and doesn't give you the chance to knock it off turn 1, or if you get lucky, maybe.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And of course, because Rush is there, you're gonna have to be smart with how you use those invisibles as well. Especially if you're using turn 1 Dust, you can't just do it in neutral. You want to really make sure you have that barrier at least, or wait for a TFC, which makes Machine Gun 3 even scarier. So yeah, it's a lot of mental gymnastics for Honor Knight to even start this match out, and that's kind of the mindset I want to force here. So we're going to be trying to see that in action as the game goes on.
Okay, and what's notable here is you're only packing 3 Mega Chips. So you didn't opt to take any SP Navis, and you just got the big utility ones in Judge, Erase, and Element Man.
Yeah, I always think it's really interesting when you don't take the 5 Mega Chips, but I feel like you have to know the reasons why, right? You can't just go into not having as many Mega Chips and not having enough damage in your folder or enough reason in your folder to circumvent that, right? So really, if you're gonna forsake something like Groundman SP, which is an incredibly powerful chip, there has to be something else in the folder that's compensating for that. And I feel like I compensate pretty well here with Slow Gauge. I feel like Slow Gauge and using Charge Shots as Gregar pretty much is a giga in itself, because you can often get so much damage and value out of your Charge Shots.
Yeah, definitely. And from Honor Knight's perspective here, we can see that Honor Knight is playing this Beast Rush oriented folder with 3 Elect Pulse 2s and 4 Wind Racks. So there's going to be a lot of bouncing around. You're going to be stuck in some combos potentially when Honor Knight jumps into Beast here. The Elect Pulse 2, of course, it pulls your opponent forward, hits through Invis, and you combo it into the Wind Rack so that you just you pull them in and then you swat them away. And it's a very difficult combo to defend against, because the Elect Pulse 2, it will pierce Invis and hit through it. It can pop anti-damage, of course, so you could say anti-damage protects against it. And then the Wind Racks being constantly out there means that Barrier 200 and Life Aura will both be removed throughout the course of the normal turns. And without the Bowser player having to go into Tengu or think about anything, just both all the defenses, essentially, all of the relevant defenses that would prevent damage, anti-damage, invis, barriers, and life auras, all 3 of those are checked by Electric Pulses 2s and Wind Racks. So the trade-off is that the damage isn't generally speaking, isn't super high compared to a lot of individual chip usage. For example, just elect chips boosted in Gregar with Elect Cross, they will do upwards 200, 230 damage from Elect Dragon and Doll Thunder 3. And that obviously will outdo Windwrack, which does, I believe, 140, and Elect Pulse 2, which I believe is 120. So, the trade-off for the reliability of the combo is definitely the damage. So, it's going to be interesting here. And Falzar, double slow gauge in Falzar, so it's really interesting to see these kinds of setups because this isn't BDT. And so Falzar, generally speaking, will prefer a fast gauge setup over a slow gauge setup when it's not running BDT. And that's because Gregar prefers the opposite, and it has to do with the natural interactions between the two crosses. Gregar's crosses tend to have faster charge speed, higher damage, maybe more coverage, or like a faster projectile speed, basically instantaneous in the case of Elec and Erase. And so this gives Gregar a slight edge in terms of the cross charge shot game between the two versions. And so Falzar, generally speaking, doesn't want to get stuck in a slow gauge turn, just getting hammered on by Gregar charge shots. So it's interesting to see this double slow gauge setup coming from both players here. And really interesting here actually is also that it is a Groundman and not a Groundman SP in Honor Knight's folder, and this will be slightly less for you to sweat about because Groundman SP obviously is a huge incentive to stay out of /cross, whereas Groundman, it's going to be a lot of damage if it connects with /cross, but it isn't going to be a huge swing. It's just going to be, you know, kind of painful.
Yeah, I was actually paying attention to that too. And on top of that, the Windwrack's there for crossing my erase too, so I definitely need to be careful. And it's going to be difficult to stop once those Elect Pulse 2s come into play, but let's see how that plays out for me and Honor Knight in the match. Let's head right into it. We immediately start off with the Sound Never Prix soundtrack. Best soundtrack, yo, let's go.
So Honor Knight is going to be playing towards two things. One is the Beast Rush combo, Electric Pulse 2s and Windwracks, and the second thing is going to be the Bug Buster with such as the Buster Jam procs from the Navi Cust. So that's Honor Knight's endgame there.
Alright, there we go, seeing Dust immediately turn 1. And immediately going for that full cust. And I was able to squeeze in 2 chips at the start there. Very interesting. I think there was chip lockout going on right there. Or it's like maybe some host-client interactions there too.
Yeah, definitely the full cust came out slightly slow. And definitely could have been you know, lag or just a difference in mashing speed at that moment, right?
Yeah. Like, I have to shout out Salad with the layout here really quickly because in the layout, we actually get our battle chips in our folders flashing through the screen over and over. It's really cool.
Rush getting burned onto the first barrier. Judgman connecting. Gonna pop this anti-damage.
Nice, nice. I was able to catch a landing coming back in, which is really cool. But Honor Knight has some really good movement, and losing Dust this early. We'll see how that affects Honor Knight's hands for the rest of this match, and see just how important Dust is to the Falzar strategy.
Yeah, definitely not great losing Dust Cross before managing to pull Hub Batch, but at least the bug fix comes in for Honor Knight here.
Yeah, that's a really fortunate draw. The bug fix and having 2 area grabs is really interesting here, which means you can definitely put pressure on with these Tengu Beast Cross charges, which is exactly what Honor Knight's going for here. Oh, it looks like they're disagreeing with that decision.
You have to keep in mind that these beast charge shots, or the beast chip charges from Honor Knight's Tengu, they are going to be with attack 1, I believe, because Hub Batch was not popped yet. So but they are going to be good for decrossing you, forcing you out of Erase, so you don't get that boost to your cursor chips, and you lose the option of Erase Beast.
Ooh. And Honor Knight accidentally using Erase Man a bit too early here, almost stepping into my I-beam there. So I guess opting to not step in there was pretty smart because you don't take that damage, but you lose Erase Man for it.
Ooh, and Honor Knight losing out on the area game here. Not going to have any chips left to charge to get rid of your Erase Cross.
And just like that, the HPs are basically even here. Going into the next turn, looking at Honor Knight's hand, and there it is. We see the Wind Rack and the Elect Pulse. So we may see this combo come out effective immediately.
Definitely, it was pretty rough losing this many turns of Beast, not managing to pull the Elect Pulse Wind Rack combo, except for this very final turn here.
Honor Knight in Twitch chat is saying really quickly that I forgot I had just used Bug Stop and didn't have Warp Step, and that makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. Okay.
Ooh, and it connects. He crosses. It's a good chunk of damage thanks to double damage from the Wind Rack. Erase Man connects from Soul. Ooh, and Recovery 300s come out.
These charge shots are gonna have to do for now since I lost my my erase there. And no value. Yeah, and the turn invis is really good too here. This forces me to try and pierce it somehow, but my folder doesn't have a serious way for punishing invis, which is kind of the weakness of F-code in a way, right? So now I feel like playing defensively here is probably the better option, and Honor Knight's gonna take full advantage of that.
Yeah, definitely the fact that Honor Knight knocked Soul out of Erase Cross here diminishes Soul's options. Soul does not have the option of going into Erase Beast to, you know, simultaneously destroy Honor Knight's trap, while also removing the invis. That would have been an option if Erase Cross had been successfully protected the whole turn, but kind of difficult to do.
Exactly. And eventually that Elect Pulse, you know, Wind Rack combo was gonna get to me eventually, but trying to get some value out of Heat Cross here and doing decently okay, trying to avoid that Volcano panel at the same time.
Ooh, both players holding on to a lot of chips until end of turn here. And oh, so Honor Knight's gonna get some of these holy panels.
Okay,
And
so let's explain. Yeah, oh, Hub Batch. That's really good for Honor Knight here, which means they'll have a full cust, Buster stats, and a whole bunch of other things going for them. And it's really fortunate that they didn't have it stuck on the bottom of their deck there, because that would be really bad. But we're going to see an interesting interaction here. I did have anti-damage up, right? And my opponent just hit me with an area grab. But in order to stop it from triggering, going into another cross or beasting out will allow you to keep that anti-damage in play. So that's why you see it still under my protection here.
Yes, that is a valid way to protect your trap, specifically the anti-damage. And I'm not sure if it applies to any other traps. With a Heat Beast charge coming out. And the rest of this turn is just going to be some dancing back and forth, trying to avoid damage. Honor Knight on the back foot here against Soul's Beast turns.
Oh wow, I didn't even realize. Honor Knight did not go for this Hub Bats last turn, so I believe that the best interest is probably to go for Hub Bats this turn. Everything in this hand does look like it's setting up for one massive combo, but if I continue to camp in the back row, it will be really difficult for Honor Knight to get to me with that Elect Pulse to start it off the chain. It's going to be interesting to see how he pulls off this hand in this upcoming turn.
Yeah, Honor Knight chose to hold on to their chips. They didn't use all their chips from that last turn. So Honor Knight was choosing to camp them, kind of play it out, and see whether or not they could get some more value. But we're seeing the point were you know, you're just using the Gregor Beast Vulcan and just slowly chipping away at Honor Knight's HP pool, and it might not be worth it to try to play the value game here. I think Honor Knight might have enough damage if they just use their chips, if they just you know, get the Hub Batch, get that extra cust, and that opens up so many options offensively. But trying to get that extra value, trying to squeeze extra value out of one or two chips, you know, trying to block a big hit from you, that can just lead to your HP pool being whittled down over time. Ooh, Life Aura coming out from Soul here. Judge Man not going to do anything anyways. Windrack does remove the Life Aura, and ooh. The rest of this turn is going to be a familiar sight here. Both players just dancing back and forth, trying to avoid, Honor Knight trying to avoid the Gregor Vulcan, Soul trying to line up, but also not get hit too much by the charge shot. But the Sanctuary, these Holy Panels, rather, they are putting in a lot of work keeping Soul healthy here. And you do see Soul mulling over this base plus 30 attack.
Oh yeah. Okay, so basically in the last turn, that Windrack actually denied my movement pretty well, and I accidentally found myself in the center instead of being forward where I wanted to be. Now here's the thing about this base, right? You really want your opponent to be under a set amount. When your opponent is under, I believe, 640 HP, base will kill with attack plus 30. And there it is, accidentally stepping back, and base is gonna get the full damage here and go through undershirt and get that kill.
Oh, that was so unfortunate for Honor Knight there. Not expecting the base. So, playing around the base earlier in the match, and then not expecting it, and getting caught off guard by the boosted base right there at the end.
Yeah, even when we were talking about, you know, the strategies employed in this match, I think Honor Knight mentioned that scene and being like, oh man, I didn't mean to step back there. But, you know, it's interesting. Like, I can understand the thought process of the Gregor Buster doing an insane amount of damage and wanting to back up from that, you know?
So it is a grass field start here. That's a little bit of an advantage to your one fire sword in your folder.
Okay, so what's interesting about this play on Honor Knight's side here is that going for early Groundman Star means that Groundman is no longer there to check my Slash Cross. So knowing this will definitely like affect how my next few turns play out. And there it is, the D-Cross on Dust once again. We didn't see a TFC because obviously cursors eat through anti-damage or any kind of traps there, so no real point to try and TFC there.
Yeah, that was well played on Honor Knight, just holding the anti-damage, but now there's a machine gun coming for it, so we'll see whether or not Soul chooses to cross here. If Soul crosses it's okay here, it will cancel the machine gun, so there is going to be this anti-damage to go through. And yeah, the machine gun stops.
Yep.
Ooh, Element Man gonna pop this trap. Ooh, Erase Man gonna buy Honor Knight a little bit more time, waiting for these back panels to return so that Honor Knight can step back and not trade into this slash cross here. Ooh, and yeah, the barrier gets taken down already.
Nice. Honor Knight using the grass panels to heal as well. And playing so well around slash cross. Just camping the back there, knowing you're safe, you don't have to worry about nothing. It's really a big advantage for Honor Knight there. And there it is. We see Elect Pulse and a Windwrack in hand. A Beast Out isn't unlikely for Honor Knight here.
And on the other side, we have Soul pulling an early base and the attack plus 30. So there's a chance of a lot of damage coming out. If Honor Knight does not manage to protect against this, and so the Indus from Honor Knight eaten by Rush. A batch comes out, and now Soul is +1 area. Beat comes in.
Gotta feed Bird. Honestly, I really hate that bird. Like, oh man. I only have 3 mega chips, so it really hurts very much, but that Fire Sword coming through, hitting on top of that grass panel, and base gonna come out as well and do a significant amount of damage. But the game is far from over. Honor Knight still has many tricks up his sleeve to employ in this matchup, including that shield from the HUD batch.
Yeah, definitely can't forget about the shield there. It is extremely useful against charge shots, like specifically Slash Cross's charge shot, because it tends to be predictable that when the Gregor player moves into that position, you know, the +1 area center, that Slash Cross charge shot is just going to come out, and otherwise the Gregor player's movement is going to be somewhat predictable, right? They might have to kind of just stand there for a while. It opens you up as well to counter hits and other things, and any kind of chip that relies on your opponent being stationary.
Yeah, it's very tough, right? Because of that predictability. That's how you end up fishing for counter hits with things like Risky Honey, Bubble Star, Windwrack. As we just saw in the last turn, Windwrack was able to interrupt my charge and put me into that drag state, right? So I wasn't able to capitalize on damage in that moment, which was really good for Honor Knight because it stalled for time and got him to the next turn.
So Honor Knight, manages to get the D-Cross, pulse 2 into the Windwrack, and now Area is going to have an area advantage this turn, I believe.
Yeah, this is really bad for me in this situation because I'm not that far ahead in terms of life here.
Oh, and this might connect? Ooh, the anti-damage star actually does hit Honor Knight though. Anti-damage at end of turn versus the Holy Panel at end of turn.
Now, what's really tough about this, right, is you see Life Aura in both hands, and you would expect it to be stronger in my hand because of this Holy Panel and or the Sanctuary here, but there on Honor Knight's side, we immediately see a crossover to Tengu, and a Tengu lock here would be devastating. I don't want him to have access to this Holy Panel, but I can't use my shield because they could just press B left and get rid of it immediately. So there's actually an insane amount of pressure coming out from Honor Knight's side here.
Yeah, this upcoming turn does look like it's going to come down to the interaction between Honor Knight's defense and your Grab Revenge, unless you choose to lock in its Life Aura. So blocking the Life Aura would be a gamble, pretty big gamble against Honor Knight's Windwrack, very Windwrack heavy folder. Not to mention, you know, thinking about Honor Knight possibly going into Tengu, just removing it for free. And it did look like Soul chose to lock in the Life Aura this turn, and probably regretting it just about now.
Immediate regret, you have no idea. I was like, no, what was I thinking?
Instant removal. And to Honor Knight's own Life Aura coming up, also instantly removed by a Windwrack. Oh, yeah, there's no more defense on Soul side, so this Element Man is gonna connect. Grass does double damage and decrosses Elec. And now it's a full area lock, but it is end of turn, so Soul's gonna be saved by that. Otherwise, the Tengu Racks would just be devastating.
HP is extremely close here, and On Knight has nothing but a plethora of options available to him. We see here we have the Judgment Man, excuse me, and Elect Pulse, and a Wind Rack on top of that. Beast Out is still alive, so that is a valid option as well. There's just so much going on that's going in On Knight's favor right here. It's going to be pretty hard to try and play out of this.
Honor Knight just mulling over their options, perhaps. What's interesting is that these slow gauges, you might think that there's not that much value there, but they can be used to Beast Charge. So, and with attack +5 from Hub Batch, that Beast Charge is going to do a lot of damage. Honor Knight chooses to just lock in some of this defense here, Invis, and then the Judgment SP, I believe. So we'll see whether or not this connects, but the Pulse combo should do a lot of damage. Almost nullifies. Ooh. The books though, they actually do hurt a bit.
The HPs are dead even now, but this Invis will prevent any kind of damage being done towards On Knight right here. So dodging these P shots is gonna be what will save me here.
Ooh, that first one, that first heat charge shot does miss. Both players choosing not to end a turn right there at the end. Kind of focused on this this Buster minigame, but Soul on the losing end of it thanks to the Falzar Fetters, the attack pattern there, losing quite a bit of HP, trying to stand up front, land these heat charge shots. Even one of them would have taken Honor Knight down to a very low HP.
Honor Knight very comfortable with the chip selection in their disposal, but it seems like I'm gonna have to take a little bit more thought, and here we go.
Ooh, Sanctuary, this can buy a little bit more time.
Oh, and there it is. Heading into game 3, and that battle pressure coming into play, because I'm definitely feeling the heat right now. Everything's on the line in this final round. Let's see how it turns out. If there was ever a pristine moment to jam out and feel any kind of pressure, it's gotta be with battle pressure. And as soon as this song played, I already knew what time it was.
Ooh, and yeah, this field is pretty nasty. The center holes, center perma holes. Luckily, I don't think it affects either player here too much, but it is the bane of, for example, Colonel Force Gregar's existence.
There is one significant advantage that I have here, and that is the fact that it's in the center. You see, as I was actually hit by that Elect Pulse, I didn't get dragged forward because I don't have airstreams, right? So this gives me a certain mindset. He cannot pull me forward and hit me with a Wind Rack as a free confirm as long as I'm behind this hole. Alternatively, he can't fully area grab into my area and hit me with any of those Tengu charge shots at all. So this entire field right now is 100% in my favor. Simply because I had flow sweeps. It's really interesting. And as you can see, actually, in Honor Knight's hand, we have 3 area grab. And Tengu is not that option that he's going to have to go for here because you cannot claim that center panel. even though he really wants to punish this erase here.
Definitely a tough situation. Not able to get that area lock. Sanctuary coming down for Soul here. Ooh,
A question over on... I'm sorry. I see a question over on YouTube asking by Diamond Dude TTG, are these field compositions random? Yes, they are randomized between a set amount of fields. It is not a guaranteed thing or predetermined in any way.
Ooh, that warp step, making these erase tail dodges look a lot more impressive. I'm not sure if frame-wise it actually makes it any easier, but it does look like they missed by a mile, even though you know, normally, even without warp step, you can definitely dodge these erase tails.
And here we are, completely back to the corner. I'm at the mercy of this Tomahawk here, especially now that he's claimed a side of Sanctuary. Trying to play out of this situation is going to be really difficult, whereas Honor Knight is going to be able to ride the coattails of this area all the way through. It's going to be really tough to play around this. What's also really scary here is that despite Sanctuary being there, Honor Knight could technically beast out at any time and smack me with a wind rack, so it doesn't necessarily have to have Tengu to be able to decross me here. So that's a threat I really have to deal with mentally right now.
Yeah, and seeing two of your erase tails miss against Honor Knight here has to have you...
Yeah.
that hurts your wallet a bit, having to sacrifice 2 chips for those erase tails and getting absolutely nothing out of it.
Yeah, it was really tough. And there's such a huge life differential between the both of us. It's going to be really hard to try to even attempt to clean that difference apart.
But there's a start. The Magnum connects, does manage to destroy these holy panels that Honor Knight took from you.
Gotta feed the bird. And such a precious resource to lose here. Losing that element man means I won't be able to pressure. And missing a Magnum there as well.
And yeah, Honor Knight knows what you're up to, sees this, that you're just standing there, not bustering. And looks like you were trying to bait Honor Knight forward there with the, you know, oh, I don't have any chips left, using your Gregor Vulcan. And Honor Knight thought about it for a second, maybe? No. The risk is just too great if Honor Knight were to step up.
Yeah, it's really tough, and that's actually the beauty of having Heat Cross here, right? It was really important that I went Heat Beast that last turn, because the threat of me chip charging and punishing a charge shot is far too great, and that's a massive amount of damage that you just don't want to take unnecessarily, which forces Honor Knight to take a defensive stance and actually go for P shots instead of the much more powerful charge shot here. And I had to have it in hand, or else the bluff wouldn't work nearly as well.
Anti-damage, going to block that grab revenge. Ooh. That is going to be a problem for lining up for these Heat Beast charges. And there you go, back clustering. Honor Knight able to protect the Tomahawk all these turns, and now the only real threat would be Charge Cross or I believe the random Fire Sword, but
As we can see, it's definitely not in my hand at this point in time. But there is Wind Racks, which is quite fortunate for me.
Honor Knight, on the other hand, looking at that HUD batch though, gonna load it up first thing, and will soon be enjoying the benefits of the extra cust, the buster stats. And
Now
shoes.
this read was insanely difficult. Oh my gosh. Thinking about charge cross was what I was hoping Honor Knight was scared of, and to go into spout in anticipation for a charge cross here was what I was banking on to try and get this damage from a charge shot with Ulek. As you can see here, a lot of damage. Yeah, exactly.
A lot of those charge shots landing, and the first one obviously hurting quite a lot, thanks to the cross advantage there, the elemental advantage, Elec versus water.
Man, this music is just so good. Shoutouts to Enduring Ray, to actually really editing the heck out of this video. There was a little popping sound on the music, but he cleaned it up so nice. It sounds beautiful. Thank you, Enduring Ray. That's really awesome.
Honor Knight thinking about trying to use this this Element Man to remove those holy panels in the back. They are a huge problem. They have been cutting Honor Knight's damage in half for some time now.
Honor Knight in chat points out the reason that changing from Tomahawk Cross to a different cross was advantageous in that moment, and it's mostly because he ran out of area grabs in his folder, and at that time I didn't know that, right? So that's actually really interesting. Once you run out of area grabs, it's going to be insanely difficult to gain value out of Tomahawk Cross, so you wanted to go with something with a little bit more range, and to maybe hopefully get an advantage over a charge cross, which would be really interesting.
Honor Knight going into Beast here, gonna have to deal with this this life aura coming out from Soul. This is gonna be Holy Aura.
Holy Aura, not for long though. And destroying my back row is probably the best thing that Honor Knight could have done here, because now I have to camp forward. I can no longer retreat into the back.
Ooh. Fortunately, Soul does have float shoes, so this center panel being cracked is not an issue. Without float shoes, Soul would be locked, would have to just make the decision, where do I want to go, where do I want to sit for the next good chunk of time. But with float shoes, the cracked panels do not develop into broken panels. And we see base and this attack plus 30 from Soul. Choosing not to use it though. Gonna wait for more opportunity or more opportune time maybe. Considering it.
Yeah. What's really desperate in this situation is that base is completely destroyed or nullified by that center hole panel. So I'm gonna have to really play out of my mind in any shape or form to try and hit that while Honor Knight's in this beast out form here. Judgment SP will not connect. Unfortunately, Honor Knight kind of needed to get rid of that anti-damage a little bit earlier. And there's no chip on Honor Knight's side here. This is literally it. And there it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And a
Whew.
hit is what closes it out, I believe.
Really hard fought from Honor Knight there. Man, taking charge shot damage from Slash Cross was really scary there because I definitely have that for way longer. Especially since there's no more dust or anything like that to threaten it, and no chips in hand. So it's really a mind game of dancing between charge shots in the center and hoping not to get hit by base at the same time. It was a very tough matchup. Great game, Honor Knight.
Yeah, if Honor Knight had managed to either save some defense for that base at the end, or just managed to uh, somehow get you to use it while they were on the center, just if they had avoided that base, it might have gone to Honor Knight there because of the bugged buster attack 5 setup right there. It would have been a lot of damage coming out from Honor Knight's end after the beast runs out at the very least. So yeah, well played to Soul and Honor Knight there. And that was a very good set.
I see in YouTube people are talking about Honor Knight possibly winning without chips and how that might be unlikely. Well, it still was pretty much very likely, right? The thing is, Honor Knight still had ground cross left and attack max. So ground cross can actually pretty much counter slash cross if one of those charge shots land. And then I lose all of my damage, right? So it could have still gone either way if Honor Knight just happened to dodge that base. And that's really what I didn't want to see because if he did dodge that base, it would have been a very big toss up because he had such a life lead on me. So it was really, really still a mind game even after that point. So
Yeah, definitely one of the things you can't forget about in Honor Knight's build is the fact that there's the hub batch and the bugged buster setup. So it would end up being considerable DPS if it goes to the very end of the game and both players are out of chips. That would make the difference.
well, good game to Honor Knight, and let's try to move on ahead into the next match. Next up, we have Symes versus Aqua. Oh, a Japanese
Ooh.
player coming to play with us. Hey!
So Symes and Aqua are both veteran players, of course. Symes, often, and I've heard Symes mention this, that looking at victors, it's actually harder to find tournaments within the last couple of years where Symes hasn't placed either first or second than it is to find those. Okay, you get what I'm saying. Symes is always placing really high up. He's just present in the scene. His setups tend to be really strong. As you can see right here, this is a chunk Gregar with B-code chips, and it's going to be kind of interesting to see because B-code has a very good elemental coverage. That the cursor chips, you have a single wood chip right there from High Boomer. On the other hand, you have Aqua, who is a Japanese player. And Soul, do you want to talk about Aqua a bit?
So Aqua is actually very well known on YouTube because of their channel. They just put out a lot of Battle Network content, and they're a very, very good Japanese player. Honestly, like Aqua is like one of the players I looked up to the most in the community because of just how efficiently they play. Like, I'm not sure how many tournaments in Japan that he won. I just know that he was a really big contender alongside people like I think it was Tani and also Mint.
Yeah, so definitely a Clash of the Titans here in the round robin stage, Symes versus Aqua, and we see it is going to be Gregar versus Falzar, and it is a hub batch BDT coming out from Aqua, and then the standard chonk Gregar setup using some B-code chips coming from Symes. And so it is going to be interesting to see both these players playing towards their win conditions. Symes is going to want to get as much value from crosses, from charge shots, from beast charges as possible, and just try to make the damage stick, because you know, while it's Chunk Gregar, you got 2200 HP, you have the recoveries, you know, you're really just so durable. But on the other hand, Hub BDT setup, exact same thing, maybe just a little bit less durable, with a 1900 HP start and 2 recovery 300s. But a lot of defense. You can't forget that Hub does give Aqua shield, so that is gonna also possibly mitigate some damage, play a factor in how the game progresses here.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tough for Symes here because BDT is definitely gonna be something that's gonna be putting Symes in a bit of trouble. But to counter that though is Charge Cross, and I feel like in this matchup we might actually see that come up a lot. The reason being, Aqua, despite the name, is lacking a serious amount of Aqua-based chips to punish that Charge Cross, and Charge Cross is notorious for dealing with BDT charge shots.
Oh yeah, that is a good point. Aqua is not running Bubble Stars, it looks like, so definitely Charge Cross is going to be an answer to the BDTs here if Symes plays it right. And it is a bit strange to not run Bubble Stars alongside your BDT because of the really ridiculous level of synergy between those chips. But yeah, we'll see how this plays out.
Alright, let's hop into this match. Now, the thing here is, it's going to be a clash of area and who controls it best. Obviously, if Symes controls the area better, BDT is going to be much less of an issue to deal with because of Charge Cross, right? However, if it's Aqua who gains the advantage in area, and there's not enough room for Charge Cross to use its Charge Shot, then Symes is going to have a really tough time. You want as much area as possible to do your movement and moving around, especially around BDT, so we're going to see how that plays out for Symes here.
Ooh, and yeah, Aqua starts out blind here, but immediately, oh wow, bug fix. And gonna try to line up for these Super Rocks being fired out. Does manage to connect one while blind. So starting off of a negative status here, and
now, this hand is very interesting, right? We have Proto Man, which is the wrong B brother that we want to see. We want the other B brother, which is Blast Man there, so we can capitalize on this grass here. And we really want to save blues for something like Tengu Cross, so that way you can hard punish that for double damage, right? It's gonna be interesting.
yeah, Symes mulling over his options here, choosing to play it slow, playing towards the chip value. Gonna try to squeeze as much value as possible out of this Erase Cross. Ooh, and BDT already coming out into play. And this is already kind of a awkward situation. Invis is going to save Symes from these initial BDTs, but they are going to build up on the field a bit. There should be 2 now here.
In the YouTube chat, I see something pretty interesting, and this is actually a question that we can probably talk about for a little bit. Can a battle chip, oh, this is by StarFalco1, can a chip be deemed strong if there's a super easy way to permanently counter it? And I think this is in reference to BDT versus Charge Cross, right? I think BDT doesn't change at all in terms of value, even if your opponent has something like Charge Cross, because you can still run chips in your folder that deal with Charge Cross immediately. Such as a Bubble Star or a Spout Man A, or any kind of Element Man. Ooh, ooh, ooh!
Ooh, that is so much damage right there. Also doing double damage and B-crossing, and each BDT doing 200. So
yeah, that was like 680. That was 680 damage off that one interaction. This is exactly why BDT is so powerful. Look what just happened. Charge Cross is in play here, yeah, correct. But not at that turn, right? And so Symes end up taking a big amount of damage, which is actually proof as to how powerful a Battleship can be and how it changes the mindset of the game itself.
Another way you can look at it is that now Symes is forced into Charge Cross, when maybe he would have wanted to use a different cross for offensive purposes. You know, not that Charge Cross is too bad in terms of the offense, but something like Slash Cross is a lot more reliable in terms of the damage it puts out, thanks to the pattern, especially with this +1 area. And ooh, that Heat Dragon had an unstall attached to it. Symes losing super armor here, gonna be paralyzed by Judge Man.
There it is, Charge Cross doing its thing, and oh wow, very nice. And catching the very tail end of Aqua's landing lag there. But Aqua able to deal with that Sanctuary panel, or well, that Holy panel rather, very easily with Dust Cross thanks to his charging ability. But there in Symes' hand, we immediately see a second one coming, and will Aqua be able to deal with that second one? In the YouTube chat, Ashley Bridgman says, I never would have thought to use Charge Cross this way. Amazing. Yes, there is opportunity for counterplay in both versions simply by using crosses to your advantage. It's actually quite phenomenal to see. And there it is. The movement, once again, being able to deny BDT. And you see that Symes is holding on to these charge shots specifically for this reason. Look at the masterwork as his movement is just spot on. And there it goes. Getting rid of another BDT, removing the pressure from himself. Symes' movement is impeccable right now, and he's on a whole nother level. It's gonna take some serious adjustment for Aqua to get back on the right foot here.
Yeah, and something important to note is that Symes himself is a big BDT player, so he has experience from both ends of the matchup, and you know, playing BDT a lot also gives Symes a bit of an edge in terms of knowing how to play against it. So definitely Symes is very familiar with this Giga Chip.
But remember, the fight is not over yet. Here we go. Aqua going ahead and using Life Aura here. Oh, that's amazing. Life Aura on top of the Sanctuary panel will have the damage of almost any chip you throw at me. Oh, and there's 2 BDTs. Oh, but thankfully...
Yeah, they do connect on that Holy panel, reducing the damage by half, only 200 damage. But oh, Aqua also steps forward and protects this area, gonna make it this much more difficult for Symes to avoid these. Ooh, and it connects off of the Holy panel, a full 200 damage from that last BDT there.
The stutter step from Aqua was so sick there. That was a massive mind game step up, and Symes just wasn't quite ready for that. Oh man, that was good. That was so good. As we can see, it looked like Symes was on the oppressive, the up and coming part of the match, right? He has the charge cross. He's been doing a lot of, like, denying all the damage, but still, Aqua is in the life lead here, and there is Element Man in full anticipation to deal with this charge cross, but Symes, recognizing that is a possible threat, immediately changed crosses there and is now able to reclaim area. This is exactly what high level Battle Network looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Symes no longer has access to that charge cross, so these BDT Thunderballs are going to be dealing a lot more damage and a lot more mental pressure to Symes.
Life Aura can save Symes from a single one at best. And yeah, managing to tank that one BDT.
I really have to play a shout out to that movement there too. Symes recognizing that Tengu can immediately pull away that aura just by pressing the B back, so he rushes into the BDT to gain value out of it in order to deny that ball and start the 10 completely fresh.
Ooh, but this is going to be a dangerous turn for Aqua here. Symes is going into Slash Beast, and so you have to keep in mind that these Beast charges are going to do massive damage to Tengu. And Ooh, Aqua is extremely vulnerable at this point. Getting Kernel forced into the Beast Charge. Just a massive amount of damage in this turn, just losing all of his HP almost.
Oh, but the ground man, if Aqua is able to at least land one charge shot to clear out that anti-damage, that ground man would have done a massive amount of damage and could have actually cleansed out the game. And here we go, Aqua using this area, this invis to stall out the rest of the turn and using the BDT to get Symes out of his way. That was a really smart zoning tool and option to use.
Wow, so Aqua falling to 9 HP here, but managing to squeeze through with this defense at the very end. This Invis in particular saving Aqua, and now the BDT is going to zone Symes for a bit. There's going to need to be some very smooth movement to get out of the way of the BDT.
Ooh, and there's Erase Man SP. Oh no, but
it misses!
Oh no!
And now Sanctuary comes through.
Oh, that was a really big turn for Aqua.
Ooh, that was so close. It could have gone either way, even towards at the very end right there. That Eraseman SP had connected, and Aqua had anything else offensively to combo with that BDT, it would have been most likely a game.
I love that RVD 722 says in chat, every move mattered, and it definitely does. Your steps matter. You have to be able to move around and position yourself as much as you do in any fighting game. It's really important every step you take and how you position your attacks to help protect yourself from taking too much damage.
So neither player has float shoes here, so they are going to be taking a small amount of damage from these poison panels. And Aqua losing Dust Cross at the very start. Those machine gun threes coming from Symes B code really putting in some work here. Now Symes manages to steal away 2 of these holy panels.
Very, very unfortunate movement there for Aqua, ending up getting clipped by that machine gun. It was huge. As we saw in my match with Honor Knight, losing Dust for Falzar is incredibly deliberating. This means that he no longer can have that benefit of going through his folder and trying to find the proper combination of chips to set up the end game and the early game as well.
Ooh, and a disadvantageous situation here in terms of crosses, but this Judgman connects.
Oh man, yeah, this is a really bad situation for Aqua here because a ×2 shot from this here Electros will not only decross, but it'll do neutral damage actually because of the Sanctuary panels, thankfully. Nice, nice.
Ooh, yeah, very nice. Interrupting that charge shot with by popping the anti-damage. So even though a bit of damage comes out from Symes here to bring Aqua a little bit lower, at the very least not getting decrossed, not taking the ×2 damage, which would be neutral unholy.
But still, you don't want to like lose a cross for free in that way, right?
Yeah,
but I do think we're gonna get a cross
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Very, very well played from Aqua here. This decision making, choosing to go into Tomahawk. And Symes, on the other hand, going into Elec Beast.
Hip charging away! What? Bugfix hip charged away to deal with the Sanctuary panels! A massive ego! Yo! I can't believe he did that! Yo! Okay.
Clears out the Sanctuary using 2 Elec Beast charges.
Oh my gosh, Symes! Symes, looking at the fact that there's no form of uninstall and play, he knows that his... Oh wait, there is uninstall and play, actually. Oh, how interesting! So
Symes just doesn't want Aqua to have access to those holy panels, is willing to make a sacrifice to guarantee that his damage is not going to get halved. You know, only had this one final turn of Beast left here, wants to connect as much damage as possible.
Oh, the invisible! Element Man will not hit for double damage here! Oh, that's so good. That's so good. This is really high level gameplay going on here right now. The mental gymnastics is crazy right now. Oh my gosh. Alright, despite the fact that Aqua is lower on HP here, I definitely think the advantage is in their favor at the moment. There is tip charging that's coming down from this Erase Beast. It's gonna be able to clear out this here. Okay, see, Aqua was trying to punish that release there with a charge shot, but Symes was able to just move out of the way immediately, recognizing that threat.
Yeah, and Aqua has no means of connecting any damage here. While Symes does want to step onto the holy panel to receive half damage, it also doesn't hurt Symes too much to play off of it, and knowing that Aqua is trying to connect with that Tengu rack does mean that Symes will simply step back when Aqua steps forward.
We do see Colonel Force in Symes' hand now, but yeah, I definitely agree with not taking it here in this positioning. You're down on area, so it's not going to do as much damage as you would want it to. It's better to try and get these panels back like he's going with, and maybe get some damage. Oh, the movement. Oh, yo, Symes, you're crazy right now, dude. Oh, but missing the Erase Man.
Ooh, and a recovery 300 coming out from Aqua.
Oh, but we're getting shredded by the boomer.
Yeah,
okay.
High boomer doing 2 hits right there.
Oh, nice.
Oh no, double damage from that charge tackle.
What was that, Muramasa just now? Did I say Muramasa?
I don't.
What the heck did he just do? Oh, it must be like Heat Dragon or something then. That was not a Muramasa. Yeah, it had to have been Heat Dragon. That makes the most sense. A BDT right now would be really, really good for Aqua here, especially with this field. It's going to be really hard for Symes to maneuver around BDDs. So, we'll see how it turns out for him.
Yeah, Aqua definitely not getting the draws he needs. Kind of offsetting that very early bug fix and BDT earlier.
Okay, there it is. Bug Death Thunder is now in play here. Area grab, trying to get that center panel, but no! Symes stepping forward, recognizing that as a threat, and taking that area grab. Anti-damage is up. Sanctuary comes down into play as well. Look at the footsies. Oh, baby, the footsies! Oh, baby! Okay, Symes, I understand, my brother. I understand. Yo, let's go.
Very nice wind rack P-shot end right there from Symes. Aqua only had about 70 HP left, so getting finished off by that.
Oh my gosh, that was amazing. Honestly, Symes played well, but I really have to play like special homage to Aqua's play there. It was really like he did not crack under pressure at all. I saw very little mistakes on Aqua's side there. Like, I mean, maybe there was a couple of things he probably could have done better, but like overall, Aqua's play was really amazing.
Yeah, definitely both players played really well there. Aqua getting kind of lucky in the first match with the early draws, and then not very lucky at all with the draws in the second match right there. So, but yeah, definitely well played to Symes and Aqua, 2 of our veteran players here who, it was a really good set to watch and very interesting to see how Symes chose to approach the BDT setup. Obviously, with no bubble stars in play, Charge Cross was very difficult for Aqua to punish, but Still, it does kind of show, Symes' understanding of the BDT movement and the matchup, being able to pull the BDT in front of him and just charge right through it.
This is definitely another advantage of playing both versions. When you play both versions, you understand how each version works. You understand how their playstyles, the mentality behind the playstyles, and it allows you to adjust your playstyle around that, right? Like more information is always better than not having enough information. Don't attach yourself to a specific version. Maybe starting out you'll choose a version and you'll run with that for a little while, but eventually it's probably in your best interest if you're trying to get really good at this game
Wait,
to
wait, wait.
dabble in
Am I
other.
hearing Soul X Cross talking about having to play both versions?
So into the next match, let's go
Oh, what?
ahead. We have Dorman versus Weenie Whistle.
All right, Soul. I'm gonna have to have a chat with you later about this.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
All right, so Dorman and Weenie Whistle, both of these players here are new to New Moons. They're new to the community, and it's going to be a very interesting showing from both of them. Just watching their folders interact. I mean, these are both kind of folders that are a little bit strange, because you see B code from Dorman, and then you see the Q code Splash to recovery 200s. So first off, you're not seeing recovery 300s, which are usually what gets played in Gregar. And it is B code Gregar is quite interesting. I do think the elemental coverage, having wood chips available through Risky Honey, High Boomer, and then the Machine Gun 3s giving you some cursor chip coverage, I think that actually synergizes quite well with Gregar. So B-Code Gregar, I think, is quite strong. And then the Navicusts choosing to run float shoes. So at the very least, while Geddon might still get you, at the very least, panel cracking effects are not going to have too much weight on Dorman's movement. And on the other hand, we have Weenie Whistle also playing Gregar, and it is a V-Code Gregar. V-Code tends to have a lot of synergy in Gregar with Elec Cross because of the Bubble Star Elec combos. You also see a single Risky Honey 2 in V-Code and a High Boomer, and Super Vulcan with the obligatory White Capsule attack plus 30 boost to go alongside it.
What I really like about this attack plus 30 in Weenie Whistle's folder here is it doesn't necessarily have to go onto that Super Vulcan, because you can beast out and get that plus 30 for the Super Vulcan too. But it can also go on that Kernel Force, and the Kernel Force with plus 30, an additional plus 30 from a beast out is ridiculous damage. Like I underestimated it a while ago, and then I did the numbers, and I was just like, oh, this is actually gross. Like I don't ever want to see this.
Yeah, a neutral area Kernel Force with an attack plus 30 gains almost as much damage as a Super Vulcan would from the attack plus 30. So you've got to think about that in terms of the attack plus 30 having so much versatility in V-Code and in Gregar specifically to combo with the Kernel Force. So there are multiple options, and if the attack plus 30 gets slapped on the Risky Honey, that would also be potentially a lot of damage, especially if a second set of bees or even a third set of bees come out. The damage amplification from the attack plus 30, it's going to have a lot of value. And we see Weenie Whistle choosing to run air shoes rather than float shoes, so this is going to give kind of full coverage against panel breaking and cracking effects. Geddon is not going to be an issue. Of course, neither player running Geddon here, and neither player going to have to worry too much about panel breaking effects from each other, because the Elect Dragons coming out from Weenie Whistle are going to be negated by float shoes from Dorman. Dorman will take the hit, but the cracked panels will not be a big issue. And of course, neither player here also choosing to run uninstall, so these shoes are going to be perfectly safe.
I do have to point out, I really like Dorman's folder here. I really like Risky Honey 1. I think it's a phenomenal chip. And 2 Machine Gun 3s, I think a decent amount, but I feel like playing one more Machine Gun 3 over one less High Boomer, and maybe instead of the recovers, maybe playing like Grab Banish and Double Point to help like bolster that Risky Honey to crazy high levels of damage. Like if you do the math really quickly, a Risky Honey 1 with a Double Point and attack plus 30 smacked onto that is gonna do like 500 damage per swarm. And if you're playing 1,000 version, obviously it'll be double to even 1,000 per swarm. But 500 per swarm is really good. That's extremely strong. There's no reason not to to play into that strategy, especially if you have on code Grab Banish. And I don't know. I feel like that's a missed opportunity. What do you think?
I think that the Risky Honey, yeah, definitely the kind of boosts you can put onto it and the amount of damage you can squeeze out of that chip can get really crazy. But Double Point is kind of something that you have to play around, because you also have to think about the fact that if your panels end up being broken, the Double Point, it kind of gets awkward, and it creates awkward area as well. Because broken panels, you can't draw from broken panels with Double Point, so it is kind of something you have to think about and get used to playing with as well. I do think in general that just the wood chips that both players have here are going to make it a little bit awkward in terms of the cross game, because that means both players are going to be open to decross and double damage hit if they go into Elect Cross, and Elect Cross is one of the stronger charge shots. It has access to one of the stronger charge shots. So most likely we're going to see a lot of Erase, a lot of Slash, and not so much Elec, or the Elec might come out and then get knocked out either on the turn it comes out or a turn right after with this much wood flying between the two of them.
And I do have to point out, Weenie Whistle did adjust their folders from last week. If you were around for stream last week, they were playing more one-of copies of like Elect Dragon, one-of copies of Bubble Star, but they actually elected to bump up that count a little bit here, and I think their folder looks even stronger because of it. It's much more threatening, much more elusive, and you don't know when things are going to be coming to set up either like Dragon and Bubble Star combo, or even Bubble Star with Super Vulcan there. So it's definitely, it looks really good right now.
Yeah, definitely, and I think with that we can hop right into the set.
Weenie Whistle's been allowed here for a little while, right? But I think Doorman is definitely a newer player.
Oh, has Weenie Whistle been around for quite a while? I haven't seen Weenie Whistle enter New Moons at the very least. Maybe. So you're saying last week, right?
Yeah. They were here last week. I'm not sure if they were playing a little bit before that, but I do remember them saying they were here for like at least two months or so. Oh! Send help! What? His life! The bees! Oh my gosh! You see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. That was unnecessary. Unnecessary ruthlessness. Yo, jeez. The immediate decross. Oh my gosh.
This always happens with bees.
You know, if it were me, I'm scared. Oh, there's more bees?
Oh, wow, that was very good timing right there. 500 damage, Blastman SP on grass, catching Weenie Whistle right before the invulnerability frames of the charge tackle.
Yeah, there was almost like a full Blastman miss there. Oh, nice, good charge shot coverage here.
What's important to note here is that Weenie Whistle is losing out on one of the bigger threats thanks to this field, the ice field. Weenie Whistle does not really have access to the bubble status. If a bubble star connects on ice panels, it will instead freeze his opponent, and freeze does not amplify electric damage. So Instead, it amplifies breaking damage, so Weenie Whistle definitely going to lose out some damage there.
Okay, so
Ooh,
another
yeah,
thing that was a big grab back. Yeah. Oh no, not rush. Oh
oh
no,
wow, the
you-
Kernel Force! The Kernel Force was lost. So Dorman tried to use Kernel Force right there, but the Grab Revenge actually interrupted Dorman on the frame that Kernel Force was being used. And when that happens, the chip is actually lost. So you actually require, I believe, just a little bit to I'm not sure if it is exactly one frame, but yeah, there is that activation time for the chip, and if you get status during it, you just lose it. So it is
that was
3
really
frames
unfortunate.
is being said in chat. Yeah, so there's a 3-frame window, and Dorman just happened to lose it right there. Ooh, the Super Vulcan.
Oh. As Salad said in chat, welcome to Gregor versus Gregor. How would you like to die today? I got something for you. All
Yeah,
this heat.
After that last set, that was Chonk Gregor versus Hub BDT, both high HP, both really durable. You're seeing Gregor is just kill or be killed. These especially these chip-oriented Gregor setups.
Oh, beat. Gotta feed the bird. Always remember, feed bird, guys. Feed bird. You know, that was some really interesting movement from Weenie just now. Being able to avoid the Bee Swarm and preserve that anti-damage, but unfortunately gonna get clipped up and lose it to that High Boomer over there. High Boomer's such a good chip, dude.
Yeah, the Boomer series in general is just really amazing chips. Even in Gregor, where you can't even charge them, the utility from applying grass to that section, removing holy panels, all sorts of stuff you can do with them. And this Life Orb going to protect the Weenie Whistle from the Judge Man. But Dorman's going to get try to get that area, does not manage to do so. Instead, it goes back to neutral with both area grabs coming out from the players.
What Doorman really wanted here was to try and bait Weenie into stepping on top of that grass panel and maybe landing a charge shot, but that's much easier said than done. Yeah, you're gonna have to use this Windrak to get rid of it here.
It goes back to... Oh wow, gets a full area lock here. Dorman with a very good position.
Oh, that's so rude!
Wow.
He was able to get the charge shot in the center, but now will also be able to get the second charge shot on top of this grass as well. But will it have the time? No, not enough time, not enough time. I think Erase Man Star, like, paralysis time is like 60 I believe it's really short after mashing. So it makes true combo follow-ups really difficult.
Wow, so this is going to be a Kernel Force turn, and we're going to see whether or not Weenie Whistle has any answers to it. Oh.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't
No,
look like
okay.
Weenie Whistle had any defense to speak of. Dorman did make a bit of a slip up right there, activating the anti-damage. Does actually give Weenie Whistle a little bit of time to think, a little bit of time to process that. Wait a second, that's Kernel Force. You can see the Kernel Force soldiers popping up, Kernel Army, and unfortunately Weenie Whistle had no options, but if Weenie Whistle did have a time freeze counter defense chip, that would have been something to watch out for.
Yeah, you really want to... Ooh, nice decross. You really want to preface that with at least... Oh my...
Oh, jeez. And it's double. It's 2 hits into an Element Man for double damage.
It was bait. The bees were bait. He was like, yeah, no, you can dodge the bees. Man, it's so... Oh, man, they're so free moving around. Here's the Boomer. Yo, hold this real quick. That was so beautiful.
Yeah, that was a really solid game plan from Dorman right there, and it paid off. And Weenie Whistle eating that D-Cross into a second hit into an Element Man on fire on grass. Just so much damage coming out that turn.
Very nice sequencing there. I'm wondering what Weenie's gonna do to adjust to that, you know?
Well, first we're gonna see what cross Weenie Whistle. Oh, Weenie Whistle actually choosing the
Oh!
boost beast here.
Oh!
Oh, and the D
Oh!
cross into the Super Vulcan. Oh my!
Oh! 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 But the time's to erase, man.
He was
But is there
trading
enough
back,
time?
but
Yes. No. Why didn't you use it? Oh, Rush. Was Rush in play?
I'm not sure. I do believe Rush was
Yes, it
still in play
was.
there, so
Wow.
yeah. So I think Dorman had no outs there. Unfortunately, you know that was some really solid play from both players, though, both Dorman and Weenie Whistle, and you can see with these definitely with these chip-oriented Gregor setups, so much damage can come out so quickly, and there's all these counter
Mhm.
hits and ×2 hits as well. Um, just wow, well played to both players there.
I definitely gotta say, Cust 1 is interesting on Gregor because you can still get these crazy combinations. Imagine if you had that one extra Cust. The flexibility in your folder would be so amazing for Gregor. It's kind of cool.
So Rush is a relatively small Navicust part that you can put into your Navicust, and it's PvP only. And what it does is it will, when your opponent uses their first invis, um, if it's not part of a time freeze counter chain, um, Rush will jump out, just gnaw on their face and take the invis away. So the invis is gone, and then it will paralyze the player who tried to use that invis. So Rush basically just takes the first invis from your opponent as long as it's not within a time freeze counter chain. So if you tried to use like a heavy hitting time freeze counter chip first, a screen dimming chip, and then your opponent used the invis, that's fine. Rush is just gonna be on break. Rush is on standby. But if they just try to use it when there's nothing to counter, then Rush will take that away from them. And so because Dorman only had that invis there was no opportunity to use that invis because Dorman didn't pop Rush earlier, didn't manage to pull another invis earlier. So if Dorman chose to use that invis, Weenie Whistle would just finish him off with a Buster Shot. So there was no outs there for Dorman.
Yeah, very interesting match. Yeah, Gregor versus Gregor is very much a slugfest. So it was a short match, yes, but it was still very high level. You know, yeah, like it could have gone either way at any moment. You know what I mean? So it happens. Great game to both players. That was really fun.
Yeah, if anything, I think the only thing I can really think of is that watching the crosses that you go into is very important. You know, Weenie
Mhm.
Whistle did take that ×2 high boomer right off the start, and it would have been less painful if you weren't an Alec. So you really gotta watch your opponent's folder, especially with open setups like this. You can just look at what your opponent is running, and not leave yourself open to too many ×2 hits, right?
Yeah, well, it's a lot of thought that goes into every turn. It matters a lot, yeah.
But yeah, with that, I think we can step into the setups for our next set of the day.
The next set being Nonstop Mop versus Godon. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm thinking it's Godon. It could be Godon, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, and if anyone who knows is in chat, feel free to correct us. But
Please.
so this is going to be a Falzar versus Gregor matchup. So maybe a little bit less volatile than the last one, but we will see. Falzar versus Gregor can be equally volatile, if not even more volatile than Gregor versus Gregor matchups. And it is a kind of a very light G code from Nonstop Mop. Really just uninstall Groundman SP being encode, and 2 Heat Dragons and a static. So not very many coded chips in Nonstop Mop's folder. A lot of star coded chips, so it's going to be pretty smooth to go through. And it is a BDT setup, so that would be the reason why. A lot of these chips are utility oriented. Something interesting to note that even though it is a BDT setup, and it is a very beefy setup, 2100 HP, that's a very strange number. It's a number you don't see too often. But yeah, no bubble stars and no recovery 300s is very interesting. So the HP that Nonstop Moth has that's the HP you get, and of course there's I can't ignore this. Since I loved this PA, Poison Pharaoh, right?
I was wondering when you were gonna bring it up.
I kept looking at this Poison Season and Anubis, and I'm just like, that's
pretty good.
it's pretty good. I mean, so it has synergy in any slow gauge oriented folder, because if you can get to the back row and drop it, the damage is really, really hard to deal with, since it just ticks so quickly. Obviously there's a lot of counterplay options available, and Godon does have one of them in Blastman SP. So if Blastman SP gets used, it will destroy the Poison Pharaoh. Other potential options against Poison Pharaoh on the back row would be like Tengu Man SP, but there's no Tengu Man here. And Dustman as well, Dustman series. They would just suck up the obstacles and spit them out. And I'm sure there's a few more outside of Mega Chips as well. So on the other side of the field, you see Godon running this very light B code. This is the same story. It's just rather than G, it's B, and very few actual B-coded chips. But you know, I guess it's in code with the SP navies that he wanted.
I think it's really interesting that they opted for 2 machine gun again instead of 3, probably not knowing exactly what they wanted to cut here, but it's also interesting just foregoing the powerful strategy of fire hit and high boomer, and it's on code and taggable, so it's pretty interesting. What do you feel about that?
I do feel it's pretty strange to see, you know, G code and B code are both really powerful codes, so usually when you see them, there's a lot of punch. It packs a lot of punch coming from just from the chips. So it does feel strange seeing only a very small handful of chips being selected from these folders or from these codes to go into these folders. And it's because these builds are oriented towards a very specific play pattern here with Godon. I mean, if you look at it, it looks kind of like just a very generic Gregar build, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not Chonk, but it's the pretty standard 1500 HP Air Shoes Buster setup, and it's got double slow gauge, so a lot of the damage is going to be coming from charge shots. But at that point, I do think a few more B code chips in there would increase the threat from this folder a lot. You can get a little bit of extra elemental coverage, you can get a little bit more burst damage coming out. But even without it, it's still a solid build. We'll just have to see how these players play.
Alright, let's get into it. You know, looking at Godon's setup here, I gotta say, it looks remarkably similar to one of Symes' setups from an older tournament. I think that is his setup from an older tournament. I'm not sure. I'm pretty positive it is.
In terms of the folder or the Navicus, because I don't recall seeing Symes play low HP setups that much.
I could be wrong. Either way, turn 1 slow gauge while the opponent has a life aura up is not what you want to see. But there is a full cast.
And Nonstop Mop using that life aura to safely dispose of Rush, you know, letting Rush gnaw on his face. So when you have a barrier effect up, Rush will still take away your invis and still remove any invis or blinking effect you have on you, I believe. But Rush will not paralyze you. So nonstop mop is just firing out these dust charge shots, cracking his panels, trying to connect. Godon is not affected by them, I believe, thanks to the air shoes. So not really having to deal with them at this point. But you have to keep in mind that nonstop mop does have uninstall.
That uninstall is going to be huge in this game, especially if it's attached to a static. I think the mistake of beasting out here for Godon would be detrimental as hell because of this full cast too, and they don't know that it's in his hand, right? They know it's regged, but they didn't see it turn 1, so they're not sure what's about to happen. And there it is, the beast out, but the wind rat comes out before the turn ends. Wow, using that delay.
Yeah, nonstop mop not able to end the turn before that wind rat connected, but still, Godon basically losing a full turn of Beast. That is gonna hurt.
Okay, this is an interesting hand to work with right now. You really want to lock down this uninstall, so maybe prefacing it with a few chips to bait out anti-damage is the play here. Oh, but we're going for double damage instead. I actually like this play.
And here comes the uninstall.
Okay, that's exactly what we wanted to see. Nice! Uninstall is gone. This will gain value now. Oh, but accidentally getting the fire instead of the grass there. We wanted double damage on this. Nice! And there's the uninstall.
There were 2 grass panels left on the field, on Godon's side of the field, and nonstop mop did manage to hit Godon while they were standing on one of them.
Going for the freeze here to get some value out of the machine gun. Very nice, very nice.
Ooh, and now Godon's going to be feeling the pain here of not having any air shoes.
Oh
so
boy.
uninstall does remove the air shoes from play. It removes shoes from play in general, so float shoes and air shoes. A lot of super armor.
Yeah, I reckon Godon's not going to like this static right now because it will decross and do double damage on the initial hit only. So I guess it's kind of like an extra spin, essentially. So it's like basically getting 9 spins as opposed to like 8. Oh, but it whips! Oh, unfortunate. Oh, but the TFC for this is huge. Blastman would have done at least 500 damage here because of that. Ooh.
Ooh. Not managing to dodge the erase fail, but at the very least managing to protect themselves against that Blast 9 SP was huge.
I really love Nonstop's playstyle here, using the crack panels not as a hindrance, but as a stepping stone to center himself. Really high level play here. It's hard to be able to not just step randomly and lose your panels for no reason, right? But here Nonstop is using his movements very methodically.
Yeah, definitely using it to center yourself can be quite difficult. There's a lot of thinking involved in terms of your movement. Otherwise, you can very quickly run out of panels to move to, and then it becomes a very awkward situation at that point. Rush coming out, gonna take that invis from Godon, and even paralyzed, takes that as well. That a very cheeky axe to the face. Ooh, Groundman SP.
Doing no damage. Nice. A little risky to be camping forward here. Yeah. Oh.
But with that uninstall, these broken panels are a huge hindrance to Godon. Even when they're on nonstop mob side of the field, they do make it so Godon's charge tackle is not able to go over those panels.
Yeah, this is actually pretty tough. I feel like Godon needs to make something happen here, but I'm not sure how you go about this in this situation. Losing shoes was really huge here. You really want to protect yourself from that uninstall, but it's kind of hard to do that, right? You don't know when it's coming or what chip it's coming on. You don't know if you successfully dodged it or not. If you see a machine gun early, it's really spooky for that chip to be in play. But there it is, BDT in hand, just waiting for a TFC to chain to. I think this is respecting Burb. There it is, nice.
Oh no, I don't think Godon has beat, so
Oh no, he does not, correct.
I do believe it was just, yeah, I'm not sure why there was that delay before the BDT, but now that it's out, we're gonna see whether or not Godon can... Alright, whether or not Godon can use the Charge Cross to evade and to destroy these Dark Thunders.
And there it is. There, the Poison Pharaoh.
This is okay, so Nonstop Mop choosing not to take it. And this is with this Erase Man, unfortunately. Would have been confirmed for this Dark Thunder. Oh,
Stepping, it's not as easy as it looks. And nice! BDT gonna stop him from taking too much damage here.
unfortunately, there were no boosts attached to that Kernel Force.
Nice.
Just a naked Kernel Force, no Beast boost, no plus 30 from Beast, no plus 30 from an attack plus 30 or anything, since that's not in Godon's folder. So it just did not do very much damage, especially in that area. And we see this this Poison Pharaoh. This could be potentially very, very strong here, even with Godon in Charge Cross, because of the uninstall. If Nonstop Mop manages to put it behind a cracked panel, Godon is not going to be able to take it out in a single hit with a charge tackle. Oh, but you know what? Nonstop Mop just goes for the back road. Now there's no hope. Life Orb comes out, but it does not protect from Poison Pharaoh.
Yikes.
And that is going to be the end of this match.
Well, that's the first game, like not the match. No, yeah, woo.
Yeah, this is the first game. So that was only the first game of this the set. But wow, what an ending! Poison Pharaoh, and I can't say I don't approve of it. I really like back row Poison Pharaoh in terms of and I mean Nonstop Mop's setup is like oriented towards it. You know, there's even the 2 panel grabs. I know that is for that extra extra back row access. It lets you access it even if there are super holes on the field to stop you from grabbing all the way to the back.
Yeah, I really like the way Nonstop used the second. Oh, losing Dust early. But I really liked Nonstop Mop using the second area grab to trigger that flinch and safely plays down that Poison Pharaoh. That was pretty nice.
Yeah, and you know, after losing Dust, there's not much point in keeping the full cust anymore. So just gonna use that right now, get to the end of this turn, and maybe hope that Godon had a few more chips in hand, and not being able to use them would make it a bit awkward.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate way to go about this match. Losing Dust really like hurts the momentum of a lot of Falzar builds. Okay, we do see Slash coming out here. Panel grab will deny an entire area grab, so this is actually really smart placement for Nonstop here. Oh, but it's getting, it's worse. Okay, so now Nonstop cannot move out of this area, but there was also an area grab. Interesting. Yep, you gotta take this. Gotta take it. Nice. Denying one of those charge shots. Oh, the counter hit! Oh, but unfortunately, no punish. Really good value for Nonstop Mop there, getting able to get a counter and deny even more pressure. That is the perfect way to play around to get in strategies, is trying to fish for counter hits, trying to deny those charge shots in any way you can. Very nice, very nice.
Life Aura coming down for non-stop mop. They also have this Invis sitting in their hand as well. And yeah,
Yep.
using the Life Aura to safely burn the rush from Godon. Just a very defensive turn here.
I love this movement from Nonstop. Just getting those little ping damages in is really important, honestly. I don't even know how much damage he's doing with these. Yeah, there goes the barrier.
The Blastman SP does deal with Life Aura, so Godon managing to take out this Life Aura on the turn it gets placed, at least. That is a very good value from that Blastman SP, as opposed to, you know, just not being able to do anything with it. At least gets that Life Aura.
Anti-damage trade going up here. Well, invest into anti-damage. Now both players have traps. This is a little scarier for Nonstop because of that exact reason. Erase Beast can chip charge and just destroy any trap and just go right through it without a care in the world.
Yeah, I have to believe that earlier Thumper's counter chain, that was a little bit of mashing there that led to it. Otherwise, it would make no sense to, you know, counter defense to defense due to.
Yeah, Nonstop made the mistake of thinking, oh yeah, my charge shot trades even with the Buster. No, no, you get out of there. You move every time. That Gregor Buster does too much.
Oh, this could be very dangerous for Godon here. Nonstop eyeing this this full area lock, and while there is no Poison Pharaoh, Tengu with area lock is very, very deadly. Oh, and this area grab with grab banish interaction is going to prevent this area from being returned to Godon.
Nice, nice, nice. Another area grab will kill down eventually, and this is full area lock here. Really bad situation. Oh no, you hate to see this rush. This is really bad because now we can get this charge shot in. Oh, nice. Oh, it's close. It's really close.
Ooh, unfortunately, this is attack +1, so these wind racks, these Tengu racks are not doing as much as they could.
Oh man, what a mind game. Okay, there is Poison Pharaoh here. This could make the difference. But
Yeah,
Nonstop's HP is draining fast though, so this is still very doable.
If Godon doesn't have an answer to this Poison Pharaoh, that would be the end of this.
Oh, but the double recover 300.
Okay. This buys a little bit of time, but I don't think this will last until the end of.
Oh, that chip charge! It hits a wide sword. Oh my god, yo, that was so smart.
Range.
That was so smart. Yo, oh my gosh.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I'm impressed.
Yeah,
That was a very good use of Beast chip charge right there.
Oh my gosh, let's go. This is what I love to see. This is what I'm here for, yo. Let's go.
So now it is 1-1. Whoever wins this next game will take the set. And it's an ice field, partial ice field here. Okay, this time Nonstop Mob does manage to protect Dust for the first turn. Wasn't anything to pierce through.
Oh, and there we go with early Anubis here. I'm not sure if you wanted this early, right? Like, it's kind of unfortunate pacing.
Yeah, and there's also no back row access yet, so even if you had the Poison Pharaoh, it would be really awkward dropping it.
Yeah. Especially with charge in play. I actually like the recognition that there's a lack of water in Nonstop's like folder, so going for charge early to maybe take advantage of that full cust and getting that extra chip. Oh, but getting decrossed also sucks. And oh my gosh! Okay, so this is basically 4 hits off of this ground man because of this double damage hit here. That's really nice setup.
Yeah, if only it were the ground man SP, you know, that would be some true pain. Both players just playing around with their charge shots here and moving around the field. Godon getting that cheeky charge shot in.
Oh man, this is a very risky positioning for Godon here. Oh well, camping forward is actually pretty good. And I really do like the end of turn use of, oh, no procs on that Buster Bug. End of turn rush, then you can like cross cancel into something else, and that dealt with rush for you. Really nice. I'd shuffle back to defense, honestly, if it was me.
So unfortunately, nothing to pair with the uninstall here, but this could be a BDT turn.
The area advantage too, and the lack of charge cross being present, this is going to be a very devastating turn.
Okay, Godon going into Erase Cross here.
Oh!
Ooh. Machine gun that came up for just a split second. We'll see if Nonstop can get clipped by it.
Unfortunate. That's 3 games in a row, or 3 matches in a row, where you just lost this dust so early. Well, you got value out of it at least, right?
I think it was fine. This for this match right here, for this game.
Oh boy.
You know, managing to get the BDT, that is huge.
Oh boy.
And,
Oh no! Oh
yeah.
no! Oh, that was almost superb movement. That was almost superb movement. I actually like that a lot. If Godon had just waited a little bit longer on the top there for it to come upwards, he could have ran around, but I think he still would have got clipped by the second BDT.
Yeah, with this area, you can't really do too much, especially if Nonstop Mob camping that panel. Ooh, and the area grab does get negated. Neither player able to do too much this turn. Invis and anti-damage coming out from Godon to protect themselves against these BDTs, but no way of dealing with this life aura. Chose not to chip charge to get rid of the life aura, so it is gonna be a problem here. Godon drops his own life aura, so now both players sitting on life aura, but Nonstop Mob. Oh! So Erase Tail does come out, and it does destroy the aura, and then a BDT connects and destroys Godon's life aura, so both life auras lost this turn. Ooh, Heat Dragon with uninstall connecting. Gonna remove the air shoes. Straight into Erase Man and Ground Man.
Oh, this is such a close match. 260 HP, living on the edge here. Can Godon squeeze it out in the end though? Oh, this is so tough.
A very heavy defensive turn from Nonstop Mop here. Just anti-damage, invis. But the recovery 300's coming out from Godon. Getting clipped by that static though. It's gonna lose Erase Beast as a result. Used that Beast charge a little bit too early. Did not manage to pop the anti-damage there. Nonstop Mop was still in invis.
Poison Pharaoh is in hand and online, but not enough area to make it like really potent here. Not sure what you do about it. Maybe try to use it as bait. I definitely think sitting on it is much better here though.
One of the actually one of the very interesting things you can do with Nonstop Mop setup is to Poison Pharaoh while standing in the back, and then warp step forward to block your opponent from hitting it.
Oh, that would be pretty smart actually, yeah.
Of course, you would be sitting duck while you're trying to protect the Poison Pharaoh, but if the opponent can't punish it effectively, then it is a lot of damage.
A win condition's a win condition. And then you also have to deal with the threat of BDT that you can just throw off. Oh, and using the Dust Bowl. No, Dust Bowl, wow. The Tengu Pool.
Ooh, yeah, Godon managing to avoid that Tengu back B right there. And stepping sideways, it does allow you to sometimes avoid the pull from Tengu.
Oh, wow. Very unfortunate. That makes the strategy of standing in front of Poison Pharaoh much easier, but at the same time, no, it doesn't actually.
And you saw interaction again, managing to ignore the Tengu pull.
Oh, no, 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 it's gonna die! Bow!
Yeah, Poison
Dang.
Pharaoh does not have much HP in Battle Network 6.
Oh,
Oh!
the counter hit!
Both
No
players
follow-up
are
goal.
so close. 180 HP, 170 HP, just playing
can
off
really
their
go
charge
either
shots. They have
way.
nothing else.
This can really go either way. This
Oh,
is
no.
intense. Oh! 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 No, God, he tried to mash me.
So Bug Depth Thunder changes your charge shot into Dark Thunder for the rest of that game. And normally it's limited by bug frags. Once you run out of bug frags, the Dark Thunders are just normal, dinky normal thunders that don't do. They basically do almost no damage, and but for PvP purposes, you're probably not going to run out of bug frags during a match. So
Yeah, our save files start off with 9999 bug facts, so you're definitely not gonna run out. So you're fine. But yeah, it's really impressive. That play was so pristine, honestly. Wow. Actually, I'm
yeah,
not sure. How many bug frags does a BDT ball take up? Is it one per shot?
is one. Same with Bug Riser Sword.
That's
It's both.
nothing.
It is. They take up one. I mean, they are. It's not meant to be necessarily like a huge limit in terms of like an individual match. And it does remove the bug frag from your inventory. It lowers your bug frag count, even in PvP. But there's nothing requiring you to save after that match, right? So
Yeah.
you basically have however many bug frags you want. And it has been debated before whether or not to put in a bug frag limit. So like basically you can only start with this number of bug frags for a PvP match as a limitation for BDT. But I think in the end it was decided against, but it was an idea we played with because of how BDT kind of influences a lot of matchups. Especially if the connection isn't that great, it becomes a
Yeah.
little bit more difficult to play around the BDT. If your connection of your opponent is fine, then there are a lot of counterplay options available, and there's a lot of interactions that you can do to punish BDT. So it is a strong Giga, but and the value on it is just it goes up and up and up over time. The more
hmm
BDTs you put down, the more value you get out of it
I think the
compared to
bottom
other.
line here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think the bottom line here is that you don't automatically win when you activate BDT, right? It's not a guaranteed win button that you can go ahead and use, and now you're unbeatable because you have 200 damaging Thunderballs that paralyze it. There's a way to play around everything in this game, and that's what makes it really unique.
Yeah, definitely. And BDT though is considered somewhat oppressive, uh, but there are a lot of options playing against it as well. So it's important to know what options you have available against that build because it can feel like you're just being choked out by these BDTs flooding the field otherwise. Um, for example, the Beast Rush setups that we've seen this week and that are just played every once in a while, they tend to mess with BDT because the Wind Racks and the Elect Pulse 2s, they interrupt the extremely lengthy Dark Thunder charge time. So being forced to to continue charging from scratch over and over and over and over while just steadily losing HP. That is one way of dealing with BDT. Um, there's plenty of other ways as well. Gregor, a lot of the Gregor builds that we've seen this week, they as well, what you want to do is rush down your opponent, try to deny them, first off, try to deny them Dust Cross, make it harder for them to pull their BDT, and then just try to do as much damage as possible to them while they're searching for the BDT. And if you do that properly, by the time they pop their BDT, they might not have much HP left to work with, and the pressure gets completely reversed, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But yeah,
Either way,
well played
yes.
to Nonstop Mop and to Godon.
All right, hopping into the next match, we have Symes versus Des. Now, Symes is obviously a veteran player that we know and love very well. Des is relatively new. I want to say, like, Des has been around for about a year or so, maybe? But definitely
I
one of
wouldn't call him new, but I also wouldn't call him like a seasoned veteran of the scene.
Right.
So he's kind of at that in-between point right now. He's got a considerable amount of experience under his belt, for sure, is what I think. So he's definitely not a newbie. I think he's, based on his play and based on his builds, he can definitely be counted. You can't count him out, basically. He's a solid player, so it's gonna be interesting to see Symes versus Desmond here. And I
do want to point out something with his folder, though. Like, it's not often you see this in play. I think Honor Knight has a build similar, or a few people have a similar build, but it's folder pack 1.
Yeah, this is folder pack 1. It does grant you that extra mega chip slot, as well as a cust. So this is going to be 6 mega chips coming out from Desmond. Build wise, I think this is very similar, if not like identical to Salad's Beast Rush setup. So this is Elect Pulse 2s. Wind Racks, Risky Honeys. So this is almost a copy of it. So it's going to be interesting to see how Desmond plays this. And Symes, we've just seen Symes play against Aqua, so we are familiar with this setup. It is B code with the Chonk Gregor. And I guess one of the notable things here is that Desmond is running base anomaly.
Yes, sir. I was gonna bring it up as soon as you were done, boy. I'm trying to see this base anomaly. You know what I'm saying? That a little 600 damage, confirmed kill at 440 HP. No big deal. It's just the best chip in the game. No bias though. No bias.
Is it 440? I think it's 481. I think 481 is the confirmed kill.
481.
Kill range. Because each hit is 160, so 160 times 4. If you have 481 HP, that third hit will leave you with exactly 1 HP, and then the fourth hit will kill you. If you don't have Undershirt, it would just be 640. It would just destroy you at that. But with Undershirt, if you are at 481, it will still get you. And the interesting thing, and we don't see this in Desmond's setup, but the interesting thing about it is also that if you boost it enough, if you have a double point attached to your base anomaly, the first hit will destroy Life Aura, and then the 3 remaining hits will still do 660 damage. So definitely base anomaly is it's one of the more heavy-hitting Gigas. But it comes with a downside of being extremely area dependent and position dependent. So if there are broken panels, base anomaly gets blocked by that. And there's a lot of tricks in terms of like positioning with you versus your opponent, so that the rings will still hit them, even with broken panels on the field. But it is very tricky, and it's not 100% reliable.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, that got my math correct. For okay, so 421 would be the kill range for base regular for Gregar. That's really interesting. I didn't even think about the one there. That's good to know.
Yeah, it is. Thinking about undershirt and stuff, how undershirt affects the different thresholds. But definitely just a heavy hitting chip. And you see the B code SP Navis and then Spoutman SP as well. So what's interesting about this is that B code SP Navis, Protoman SP, Blastman SP, they are heavy hitting. You know, they have potential to do 500 on grass, Blastman SP, or 750 versus on grass versus Tomahawk. Protoman SP, on the other hand, 290 or 580 versus Tengu. Now, Symes is Gregar, so he's not going to have to worry about being caught out in Tomahawk or Tengu. Doesn't have access to those crosses to begin with. But Spoutman SP is going to be an issue. Charge Cross is going to get checked, and T-Cross as well. Not exactly safe while Spoutman SP is in play. But this isn't a BDT setup, so Symes does not have to rely on Charge Cross to deal with the BDTs. So it's not like Desmond can force Symes into a fire element cross and then get the ×2 hit with Spoutman SP. So Symes should be able to stay safe from these SP Navis.
What will be more likely, though, is Symes going into something like Electros, which we see a plethora of outs for with those risky honey A's. Oh, yeah, that's going to come into play very fast. And I just realized this is fast gauge. Oh, this is going to be hugely important for this matchup. Whoever pops off the gauge first will most likely lose the gauge war. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they play their gauges. I didn't even notice that until just now. That's important.
Yeah, for sure. The gauge war, like this gauge game between the two of them, it might just end up being whoever is most comfortable playing in normal gauge, because as you said, whoever pops gauge first, whether it's fast gauge or slow gauge, will eventually have their gauge overwritten by their opponent. And so if you use your fast gauge, your opponent uses slow gauge, well, you got to use fast gauge again, and then you're out of gauges, and your opponent just uses their final gauge and overwrites yours.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's also the mind game. You know, maybe you're gonna throw your gauges away into beast charges for extra damage, and just gamble that your opponent doesn't realize it. So, we'll also see some mind gaming going on that front, and I think with that, we can step right into the set.
Let's see it. Oh, yes, that Battle Network 3 music, that's what I love to hear. You see, okay, people, you hear me talk about the sound mod a lot, right? Now, imagine being in this community. Imagine being in this community for 5+ years. Imagine listening to the Battle Network's theme for Battle Network 6 for over 5 years, right? Now I have variance. It's like such a big deal.
So I think you're getting called out of it here, because that is Battle Network 2. Symes just
I knew that.
Yeah.
Whoop.
Okay, so it is a grass field here. Holy Panel being put down by Symes, gonna give Symes a lot of damage reduction. Spoutman SP getting guarded against by that anti-damage. Oh wow, so that is a huge damage loss from Desmond.
I think it's really interesting that he went Charge Cross rather, turn 1. Honestly, okay, this could have really worked in Dess's favor here too, because Symes would have most likely end-turned popped off that anti-damage, right? And you could have just waited for that. Oh man, that would have been a lot of damage too.
Yeah, 720. Not counting the Holy Panel, would have reduced it back to a ×1. But Bug Fix being popped by Symes here, and just waiting out this Invis. Ooh, and you know, they've been trading that charge shot. I don't care about the charge shot, Symes says. Just hit me with it. I'm gonna take your dust.
Charlie is cool and all, but Charlie ain't really scary.
Ooh, getting paralyzed there by the Erase Man, not able to use that other Machine Gun 3, but you know what? Dust Cross has been removed from play, so the Machine Gun 3s have served their purpose well.
Slimes in Twitch chat says, LOL, my cut screens look like a tool assist. That's hilarious. It do, actually. I never even thought about that. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay, into a chat, Joey Cobalt says, so remember, it's Charles. Well, we had to change it, right? Because people kept getting confused about Charles versus Charlie and all this nonsense. Yeah, so we defaulted it to Charlie all the time.
So we're seeing these two slow gauges sitting in Symes' hand right here. Obviously one of them is regged, but the second one just sitting there now, kind of just clogging it up. And I think that was a good reason to go into Charge Cross, getting that extra cuss, so just you have a little bit more to choose from here.
That Holy Panel is really paying dividends for Symes here as well. Ooh. That's a really good turn for Symes there. And now going for the Beast out. We're going to see it. This is going to be a massive play. Oh, okay. No, he's not going for it. I think this is actually better to not go for it. You don't have a Wind Rack. You don't know what your opponent's going to be coming into in the next turn. Did we see Life Aura already? We did not, right?
I'm not so sure. I don't think the Reflector 3 into base anomaly, but the base anomaly does get blocked.
Oh, jeez, could you imagine? That was so sick. Like, yeah, no, that's cool, reflect. Nice, excellent defense usage from Des here, being able to play around this and still rack on a crap ton of damage out of his own. Really nice play.
Symes now going for this full area controlled beast turn. The Kernel Force is going to be coming out to do a ton of damage. But here comes the grab banish. I do think Symes accounted for it. Does have this area grab to at least get a +1 area. Ooh, but it's only going to be neutral area Kernel Force because Des brought his own area grab. Blast MSP, can just do 125. Basically just going to tickle here, do a tiny bit. And oh, here it comes.
Nice amount of damage. Oh, and the Wind Rack at the end.
A solid 600 damage from the Kernel Force plus the Buster shots into the Wind Rack at the end there, leaving Desmond with a very, very small amount of HP left, just 170, barely hanging on here. Ooh, and Symes wants to close this out. Gonna use a Erase Cross. This Erased Beast, Erased Tails, but that might not even be necessary with how much HP is left. Just gonna try to Buster it, I would think.
Now finally making its way into play. Oh, Erica will do some damage. Oh, good movement. Oh, the Beast! The Beast to punish! You have another one. That was amazing. Wow. The fast gauge being able to be turned down and get to the next turn through the safety of Beast. That was, oh man, that was insane.
Those were plus attack plus 30 charged bees, so that was an extremely painful retaliation that Symes faced from just trying to finish the match off with a Buster.
Symes going for the Life Aura play here is probably in the best interest, but decides not to do it, and we have a Beast over. What is going to happen here? Sanctuary is coming into play now. All Symes has to do is just dodge. Oh, he moves masterfully!
Symes knew it was the Beast Rush pulse combos coming out, and so his movement back and forth was basically just trying to step through the Elect Pulse 2s and the Wind Racks, trying to step into his opponent so that he takes much less damage.
Life Aura finally in play. Symes just needs to get one Buster Shot after the HP drops to 1. There it is. Area grab in play. What do you have? Life Aura of your own! This is great! And these panels are here as well! Yo, Des! He's like, the game's not over till it's over! Oh my god, let's go! Now there's no way to deal with the Life Aura on Des' side! Des went back! Des sword! Yo!
Off the sword, it connects, and yeah, there is no way because Desmond holding on at 1 HP with Life Aura on these holy panels. But it's attack 1, so what can Desmond do here? These Buster Shots are literally doing 1 damage, so this is gonna go to Damage Judge, I feel.
Yes, it will. It will 100% go to Damage Judge, which Des will win. Turn 14, this Life Aura needs to last to the end of this turn for Des to have a shot. He makes it. The fast gauge makes him get there, and now we have the Beast over. Wait, no Beast over. Oh wait, the Beast over happened already. That's right. But the Life Aura persisted all the way through. Wow. Wow. That was insane. And of course, 2,664 damage from Des' side, making his way into the second game. Let's go. Very nice play from Des.
Desmond managing to eke it out until the Damage Judge right there with those area grabs at the very end, giving him access to these holy panels.
He knew.
Really saved him.
Oh my god. Yes, bro, it really did save him. Okay, but think about it, right? It was just so big brain that oh my gosh, I wasn't ready for that. This is why we always bring a shirt. This is exactly why we bring a shirt. Look at that, 1 HP, complete reversal. Come on, man.
Sometimes using this Life Aura, turn 1 Life Aura in order to safely deal with Rush. Just gonna fish for some charge shots here. One of the risky honeys does fly into the Life Aura, get the beast just kind of die in the fire, the holy fire.
Okay, in YouTube chat, Yog Sagat asks, so what does Rush do exactly? Well, when your opponent uses a chip such as Invis, it actually triggers the activation of Rush. Rush will leap out and eat at the opponent's Invis chip, deleting it and paralyzing them. To prevent that from happening, all you need is probably something like a barrier or a Life Aura up, and then triggering the Rush to stop yourself from taking any paralysis. Oh my gosh, here we go. Charlie making an appearance once again on screen. Love you, Charlie.
Yeah, he's just sorting out his anger issues, you know, really wanting to punch these panels. Ooh, getting caught out there with these. Not very much damage, but let's get the counter hit. And this might force a cross change from Symes. Or, you know, it might not. It is attack 1, so if Symes felt like it, he could just take the punch. It's not exactly that threatening. Whoa! Deciding to change into the slash cross here, even with this incoming dust punch. So yeah, knowing that there's still a bit of time until it lands, you know, the dust punches do move quite slow. And now +1 area. Ooh! Yeah, it's gonna go back to just this +1 area here. Desmond is not gonna get out of this this area lock.
Yeah, this is actually really painful for Des here. Not sure what they have in hand right now, but they're gonna need to do something about this slash pressure. This is something every folder has to be prepared for at any moment's notice, because slash area grab is really, really strong. Or alternatively, Tomahawk area grab, of course.
Last man SP coming out though, gonna trade some damage back, and Symes does have recovery 300s while Desmond does not, so... And there we see one of them.
This recover will play a part in keeping Symes alive, but I'm not certain what else he can do here, especially if Des gets an area back himself. It's gonna be kind of tough. Oh, slow gauge will come into play though. No area grab from Des' side, which makes Slash continue its onslaught. Oh, but the counter! Ooh, very nice.
Ooh. And the area naturally returns to Desmond after a bit of time, so Symes no longer has that +1 area advantage that he can use the Slash cross with. Oh, and getting caught off of the Holy Panel, this Spamman SP does do full damage. However, this is, yeah, a Beast Kernel Force turn, and this would be the end for Desmond if there is no defense to block it. If Symes can somehow catch Desmond out with it, this will be the end of this game.
Has the wind rack in hand as well, waiting. Oh, just barely misses.
Just misses, but
waiting to see if Life Aura comes up. It does not. Very nice.
So Symes camped the bottom, knowing that Desmond doesn't actually want to line up, right? Desmond wants to actually stay away from the Gregor Vulcan for two reasons. The first one is just that Gregor Vulcan naturally outdamages the Falzar Feather Buster. And the second reason being that there's Holy Panels on the middle and bottom, so even if Desmond wanted to trade into it, which is not a smart choice with attack +1, or just attack 1 Buster, that forced Desmond to kind of lean towards the top side, and so there was a lot less time to react to that Kernel Force. Oh, turn 1 Dust Cross decrossed here from Symes' Machine Gun 3.
Alright. This is looking pretty good so far for Des, being able to deal with this anti-damage here, but not being able to deal damage is pretty upsetting too, huh? Thanks. Thinking about whether or not early Life Aura is a good idea here, I don't think it's necessarily bad. But it will cause a reaction, right? So the next turn we might see Tengu or something of the sort to combat this Life Aura. Maybe that's what Symes is hoping for. Maybe to get a punish with Tengu. Oh, and this is actually really good for Symes. This early beast out means that if they do decide to go into Tengu, ooh. Oh my goodness, that was insane. They knew.
So Symes saw that Desmond went into Beast and chose to hold on to the Life Aura, knowing that it was probably going to be Wind Racks this turn, the Beast Pulse combos. And sure enough, it was the Beast Pulse combos. So at the very least, managing to squeeze out some more value from this Life Aura.
But to those who didn't notice, at the very end of that combo was an Aqua Sword, which was able to decross charge there, and that's why it was pretty good. Because even though Life Aura was in play, it didn't see play because of the knowledge of Wind Rack. And now that that knowledge is there, we can punish you not using Life Aura and taking the full amount of damage from Aqua Sword and Wind Rack. Really solid strategy.
Huge amounts of damage coming out from Desmond, even on this these Holy Panels here. That was also the attack +30 attached to a Risky Honey. However, Symes is still relatively healthy, got the 2 recovery 300s, not really at risk here. Desmond's folder doesn't quite have the burst to finish Symes off here, so not even going to consider taking the recovery 300s this turn. He knows he's safe. Area grab into a Blastman SP, waiting for the time freeze, hoping to catch Desmond trying to use defense.
Last man is in hand, but Symes is waiting for that exact moment, and there it is, 500 damage. Nice payoff. And now we have something to deal with that trap as well. But is there enough time? Not sure.
I believe there should be.
Oh, but the Invis says no.
Comes down anyways.
Oh, the movement! Catching Symes mid-movement and being able to throw down an erasement at the end of this turn here. Probably will be able to get a few feather shots in as well. Oh, but Judgment follow-up. Yeah, we're definitely going to cross out of this next turn. Very nice.
Symes, yeah, looking for that cross out. Getting out of this paralysis. Gonna go ahead and use these two recovery 300 at this point, and maybe this this holy panel as well. So this is gonna basically remove Desmond's possibilities of actually getting a deletion. And you know, Symes is so comfortable with Desmond's potential damage output here, knowing that most of his damage has already come out, that he's just gonna camp this Invis. He knows that there isn't much threat, and that Desmond's Buster is not a real threat either.
Okay, nice. The recovers come down, and Symes is back in the green. But for how long?
What's important to note is that Symes hasn't used his Beast yet, and so he's planning to go into Beast out this turn, and this is going to be his retaliation. We're going to see a lot of damage coming out in these slow gauge turns.
Going for the double Holy Aura combo here, and now we're going to be able to drop this, and oh, just barely missing the timing there. Spoutman, off the Holy Panel, that's going to be doing a decent chunk of damage.
So it's kind of awkward. I'm not sure if Symes was counting. I wasn't counting for sure the number of pulse combos of the Beast Rush combos that Desmond did. But if Desmond had a single pulse Wind Rack combo left, then standing in the middle like that on the Holy Panels would have left him open to getting pulled forward and then decrossed. So maybe that was a potential reason for him to stand in the back a bit. But again, I'm not sure exactly whether or not Desmond has used all of the pulse combos yet.
And there it is, Kernel Force is in the hand. We see Tengu coming out, but it's area grab will stunt some of the damage taken.
It's not enough.
Not enough.
Yeah, well played to Symes and Desmond there. A good showing from both players. And you can see just how durable, how incredibly durable Symes' setup is, thanks to these holy panels, thanks to the 2200 HP start, the 2 recovery 300s, and then just a heavy amount of defense. Really gives you so much of a buffer to play with the Gregor crosses and just take your opponent down. And Desmond as well, very good showing, a lot of good counter hits, a lot of really beefy, like those Aqua Swords being very sneaky, also getting that the ×4 hit basically. As well as that Risky Honey, the charged Risky Honey counter with the attack plus 30 thrown onto it. Also just a ton of damage returned. So it was definitely a very back and forth, very close match between these two. So well played again.
Very nice game for both players. But without further ado, it is time to move on to the next match, which will be Raku versus Doorman. Okay, Raku's definitely one of my fellow Bubble Boy enthusiasts, so there might be a little bias, you know, a little tiny bit of bias.
And if you've got a little bit of a bias, if you're rooting for Raku a little bit here, then I'll root for Doorman, right?
Ooh, okay. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets.
I mean, I'm under the impression that Doorman is a new player. I don't know if they've been hanging out on the server for a while or if they joined just very recently. I think they've joined just very recently though, and that this is their first event. And I think that with that in mind, they have been playing very well. They actually took their set against me, so I have to say I am pretty impressed with their play. So I've got to hand it to them, and I've got to root for them here.
Yeah, honestly, both players are relatively new. I think Raku joined us in the Link Navi's tournament. I think that was the first time I've met Raku, at least. So I'm pretty sure that was their debut. So yeah, they're both relatively new players. So this is going to be a clash of newbies. I think we should bring back the newbie tournament. What do you think? Do you think that's going to happen down the line?
I'm not so sure. You would have to ask the tournament organizers.
Haha! Maybe join the Discord to find out if tournaments like that will happen. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But yes,
Yeah.
Looking at Raku's folder here, we do have R Cold Bubble Star Bell Thunder combo with uninstall R in here. But alongside that, we have the Grab Banish, Murmasa, and Risky Honey. Ooh, hold on.
Well, this is
Wait.
I like this a lot. So I like
Yeah, I do
I
too.
like Raku's setup here. Because this is something that we don't see much of because of the difficulty, right? But this is basically a duo code folder here, R and M. It's not using very many chips from either code, but still it is a duo code. Most of the chips here are star coded, and the Bubble Star into Dull Thunder combo. What's interesting is that there's two Bubble Stars, but only one Dull Thunder. So the combo, there's only gonna be one punish for the combo, right? So you could still combo it into a Judge Man for a Paralysis Chain or an Element Man Elec, but you know you're only boosting it by 100 damage at that point. Whereas Dull Thunder, you know, gets the benefit is 180 times 2. So. But the Bubble Star 3s, you know, you can charge them with a Spout, and then that is going to be enough damage to break even the Life Aura. So definitely something to watch out for. And yeah, there's a lot of interesting chip choices here. Groundman SP is going to check Slash Cross very effectively. Roll 3 for that recovery, the added recovery. No recoveries outside of the roll 3 though. And this is the standard. This looks like the standard. Yeah, it is. This is the standard Balzar Cust, 1400 HP. You don't see this used for stuff like BDT because what you want with those setups is something beefier, a lot more HP durability, and then. But in this case, this is kind of a more generic Balzar Cust that lets you play around your chips. And also still have attack 4 so that your charge shots can threaten your opponent. Because as we saw in that last match, Symes was not impressed by that attack 1 P shot coming at him from Desmond. He's kind of just like, alright, sure, just
whatever.
Whatever.
Like little tic-tac damage.
He could stand still, and Desmond would not have been able to finish him off there. So that attack 4, you know, that's 4 times more damage. From the P shots, of course, and the normal charge shot, and then it's also a considerable amount of extra damage added to the cross charge shots. Yeah. So it's gonna be an interesting build to watch here.
I think you can do some BDT stuff with this kind of cust, but it is I wouldn't suggest it, right? Because it is kind of hard to play that kind of style. You probably would play recovers in that build to be deceptively bulky. Maybe barriers and more defense, but it's a difficult thing to do, which is why you see this build with more DPS and things like Meteor Knuckles or Base Anomaly is another really good one for this setup. But yeah, looking over at Doorman, right? We have B code coming right back. We've seen this build already, so it's like, yeah, there's not much to really divulge into here for Doorman because we've seen them already. I think Raku was the new one here.
A lot more high boomers here than we've seen before. 3 high boomers, 3 Risky Honey 1s, and 2 machine gun 3s. So that's pretty standard. It's just a B code, and the attack plus 30. Of course, it will combo with both the Force and the Risky Honey potentially. So it's going to be an interesting match to watch out for.
All right, without further ado, let's head right into it. You know, all the High Boomer and Risky Honeys in Gregar is a little weird to me sometimes because you can't chip charge them, right? And I see a lack of Fire Hit 3 in the folder, so I'm not sure how much I like it. Like, I would have liked to see at least one of those High Boomers turn into a Fire Hit, you know what I mean? Just to get that coverage, that extra damage.
I see what you're saying here, but I think the important thing to know is that because it's Gregar and you've got the attack, the Buster stats, right? Attack max, charge max. You're already putting out substantial pressure before the chip come out, and so the High Boomer is kind of just like a very fast, difficult to react to chip that gives you some wood coverage, applies that grass, and I mean the damage is quite good even without.
Yeah.
Even without a ×2 charge from Tomahawk. So definitely it could, yeah, you could definitely combo it with some fire, and the Blastman SP is the one big source of fire here from Dorman, but the fire hit 3s would also be a welcome addition for Decode. But even so, in Gregar, damage output is nothing to scoff at. Use turn 1 erase coming from Dorman. Blastman SP gonna catch Raku here. Raku did not throw away this area grab to put down the Sanctuary instead, but he does get an potential anger play here, but nothing to use it with. So Sanctuary is getting thrown down here. Fast Gauge and Rush at the end of turn. This will allow Raku to cross cancel out of the paralysis if he so chooses to.
And there we see the Muramasa in hand, alongside that grab banish, something that we might actually see a little bit later. The advantage in area is in favor of Raku right now, so maybe right now, not right now, right? But we definitely may see it come out later. Okay,
So,
opting to throw away that rage there. How interesting.
Yeah, that ×2 Muramasa play would have been very tempting, I think. Ooh, and then High Boomer removing most of these Sanctuary, most of the Holy Panels from Sanctuary. And
Ooh,
he becomes...
ooh, he's getting clipped. No, he got clipped.
No.
He got clipped. 100% he got clipped. No,
So this is such an awkward situation. What you might want to do in this situation is actually cross out of it, so you at least just make peace of the fact that you know, you're gonna lose that dust one way or the other.
It's not Joe's no more. It's his. That's his cross. I'm sorry. Oh man, yeah, that really sucks. Oh, okay, we have Erase Man to confirm here. Oh no, the opposite. No, no, Raku.
And Raku mashes. No, still loses the dust cross here.
Oh no, Raku, you wanted the opposite. You wanted Erase Man, then the Muramasa. Oh no, and you see the anti-damage.
And now there's the...
Oh!
So that was an anti-Navi.
Oh, I did not expect that. I'm sorry.
That was extremely back and forth.
Yo! Imagine if Raku just gave up on that, like, the anti-damage. Just, it's gone. Whatever. I guess I'll just throw this out. And look, it did damage! It counter-hit! Oh, that was so beautiful. Yeah. I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, and even so, there's still this HP difference to keep in mind here. There is a 400-500 HP gap. Yeah, 500 HP gap between the two of these players. And they're both ending a turn in paralysis, so there's going to be, a Beast Cancel from Dorman and a Cross Cancel in the Tomahawk from Raku, getting slapped by that Wind Rack coming out from Dorman, and then Beat coming to take away a Mega Chip from Dorman as well. Anti-damage being thrown up by Raku.
Hi in Twitch chat said ice cream too. I'm so happy someone shared that with me. Jeez, dude. Oh my gosh. Trying to get some recovery from these grass panels. It doesn't heal too fast, but more HP is better than no HP, right? Gotta get something from it. You know, honestly, this is a really good hand. I think this is correct. Ah,
Yeah,
but
this
she's so
hand
low in
is,
HP.
This hand is crazy good, but oh no, getting clipped by that boomer at the top right there. That is gonna hurt Raku a lot. But you know, what could you do here? Maybe if you were lucky with these with this meteor knuckle, and you're gambling on your opponent not having defense to react to it immediately. That
I
was one
think
bit of a play.
I think the play is step down Judgment and just let it fly.
I think it's like a step down Judgment and Windrack. You know, both star coded. You can use them alongside the meteor
Yes.
knuckle. And
Yes.
you know what? You don't even need the meteor knuckle if you just get the Judgment and Windrack confirm, and Dorman is still an erase beast. He will take ×2 from the Windrack, and just a single buster shot will close it out.
You know what? Even the bees. Oh, that okay. So we're going for the. Okay, I got 3 framed. Judgment's out. No TFC.
Oh.
Oh, it's all or nothing now. Oh, the little extra damage. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
2,
Oh, let's
3.
go.
And
Let's go.
wow.
Let's go. Raku, you're the best player. I swear, bro.
You know, and it's hard to say whether or not that one charge shot to bring Dorman down closer to the kill threshold, it's hard to say whether or not that made a difference, because after Dorman gets deleted, the rest of the knuckles, they fly randomly onto the field.
Yeah.
Completely randomly. They're no longer centered on Dorman. So that could have made a difference, it could have not, but you know, Raku not willing to take the risk, just saying, you know what, I don't want to have 4 knuckles hit. Let's just make it 3. I don't want to have to lose when it comes to 3 knuckles.
So I just did some quick math, right? If they had 240, it would not have killed with 3 knuckles, right? That buster actually did end up making the difference in killing. It had to mandatory hit at least 3. If it hit 2 or more or less, it wouldn't have killed, obviously. Oh, why'd you just stand there and take all that? Like, what happened? wait, Raku, what are you doing? Question mark. Oh, beat. But yeah, I think that buster shot really did play a huge part in that kill there. Otherwise, it definitely would not have killed with the 3 hits.
Yeah, and I think, I'm not sure what Raku's reasoning was for just standing there and letting the machine gun, you know, just shoot him full of holes. But that panel is very important. That one panel, protecting it against the area grab that came right afterwards, was a good play from Raku, because if Dorman does manage to step forward with that one panel advantage and go into slash cross, it is not going to be the end of the world, but it would still be good 300 plus damage.
Ooh, almost got clipped by that high boomer just now. Nice. Getting that area back to... Okay, it's not looking too bad for Dorman, though. You know, 1450 HP, haven't really taken much damage at all. No, didn't take damage at all, actually. And still dished out a lot of damage on that turn. Yeah, that was a really good turn for Dorman.
I do think that this matchup is gonna favor Raku a bit here, just because of the gauge difference. Having double fast gauge access plus that full cast lets Raku kind of dictate the pace of this match a lot. Dorman does not have the opportunity to.
Ooh.
Oh wow! And I believe that was the uninstall attached to that level star.
It was really fortunate for Dorman to get that Windrak still, though. So you didn't lose too much value in that turn, but yeah, you're definitely crossing here.
I don't think you
Yeah.
have to, but Norman might choose to go Beast this turn, but it's gonna be hard to get value out of it. Yeah, there it is, the Erase Beast.
Here goes B.
Oh, but it is on Holy Panels.
Oh, and the Prix cross. Yeah, it was the holy panels. Those holy panels come in so clutch. It really goes a long way. Just one holy panel, how much it can save your life. That was actually a kill combo just now.
And that would have finished Raku off if he had not been on a Holy Panel.
Correct. Okay, Airy Grab will come down and roll will help recover some HP lost there.
I believe 270 is the value that Raku's getting out of it. Ooh, Judge Man connects as well.
Oh no! Now you're actually gonna get smacked by this. Oh! Oh? Did he just lose that? Did he lose Anti-Navi? What just happened? Did you see?
I'm not sure. We'll have to wait to find out.
Yo, I never saw that before. Yo, that's insane. Yo, to this day, we're still seeing new stuff like this. What? That's insane. What the hell just happened? Okay, let's see if the anti-navi's still there. No, it's gone! Anti-navi's gone! Wow! That's so rude! Oh, the ice, yes, then to confirm, this means we do have the Muramasa follow-up? Oh, no, there is no Muramasa follow-up. Who matches first?
Freeze.
Oh!
Oh, no. Looks like Dorman did not manage to mash out.
Very nice smashing coming out from Raku's side. Dorman just didn't mash, I don't think. I think they lasted the entire frame.
Yeah, it did
Yes.
look like it was...
Oh, the confirmations in Twitch chat. Dorman just said, "You can mash out of ice."
Oh yeah.
No.
You can mash out of any kind of status. Whether it's
Ooh.
Oh, whoa!
Oh,
no!
Finish that off with Knuckles. Yeah, that's right, Raku. You see, this is why I love Raku. This is exactly why. Knock, knock, it's Knuckles. Oh no! Not the beast! No. Game 3.
That was a clutch risky, honey.
Yeah. Bees. BVB combat.
But yeah, you can mash out of any status, so whether it's bubble, ice, or paralysis. If you mash, then you will get out early. There is the Bubble Star Double Thunder combo.
Okay. You know, that's crazy. I think you get 500 off of Muramasa already. The game literally just started. This is Gregar, ladies and gentlemen. You want oh my gosh. Oh
no.
Is this time? Are you gonna have the time? Oh, okay, so that's not anti-damage? No time. No, you taking that. Wow. This is Gregar, ladies and gentlemen. Just damage. All we got is damage. Wow, anti-Navi acting like a second beat. Still have to clear it. Wow. really good.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard for Raku to throw out these Navi chips now.
Dude, this is such a scary situation for Raku on the lower end of life, and oh no, oh no, and now Doorman is gonna be able to recover here, but at least you avoid this. Oh, walk forward, walk forward into that. Yeah.
Yeah, if Raku had walked right to the very forward, then the Erase Man would have connected. It would have been a guaranteed connect, or at least a chance to connect. Still have to get the input, most likely, but
I think a cross change is due here. Like, I think Dust did his job at this point because you need to start doing damage, and you're really behind on life. What do you think about that?
I'm not so sure. Raku does have a lot of defense here, but oh no, Invis. This is gonna leave Raku open to a hit from Dorman here.
It ain't that safe, unless. No, it wasn't calculated. Ooh, nice, good matching, good matching. Oh, it was calculated. It was calculated. Wow, that was nice. Oh yeah, at least deal with that anti-damage now. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait. Are those Knuckles? That would be max hits. I mean, that's max Knuckles. That's max Knuckles. I want to see it. Come on, Raku, come on. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, sir. I just want to see damage. Knock, it's Knuckles. No. Yeah. Actually, I like this. That's really good.
No. Oh no, that gives.
Oh, that's actually really bad. You're correct. That could be bad.
Ooh, and it's not quite Max Knuckles anymore.
Okay.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 hits. That's the really. Oh, and a recover afterwards.
Recovery 300 comes out at the very end. So there is still a 400 HP difference, 410. But suddenly the match is so much closer. If these chips connect, that would close it out.
120 HP, living life on the edge here. Can Raku close it out? They're really thinking big now. They're big brain thinking right now. Yo, like, hold on. I'm not trying to lose. Yes, sir. Let me see that beast out. Yes, sir.
And what's important to note is that Dorman is area locked from these Knuckles, so.
Oh, he took the beast.
Oh no, I don't.
Oh,
I
don't know about that. I don't know.
I don't know. Sequence.
Question mark. It's happening. Okay, Judgment. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
This will be.
Oh, the beat. Okay. It worked out. A buster would have sufficed, but it worked out. That was close. That was too close. Wow.
Yeah, definitely the that chip sequence at the end. I feel like that could have been optimized a bit better, but it still worked out.
That was scary. I'm not even gonna lie to you. That was really scary.
Yeah,
Oh
well
my
played to
goodness.
Raku and Dorman. That was a very good set.
Very fun set indeed. Also, really quickly, for those who are watching on YouTube and watching on Twitch, please give us a like and follow if you haven't done so already. The support really goes a mile here. Please do not forget. And subscribe. Oh, absolutely subscribe if you want to see more BDT content. See what I did there? Because Beast and his Bug Death Thunder, but they both have beat.
Okay, moving on. We have in our next set, I believe we have Shadow versus Nerif.
All right, so I don't know who this Nerith guy is. I heard really bad things about them. Like,
Yeah,
I heard they were
heard
okay.
I heard they only came in second for the 20th anniversary tournament.
Like, imagine not coming first. You know what I mean? Like it can't be me. Actually, it wasn't me. But okay.
all right. So, we have Shadow versus Nerif. Shadow playing snakes as usual. I say as usual, but I feel like it's been a while since Shadow's thrown snakes
Yeah.
out. Well,
Yeah.
on the other hand, I feel like it's been a while since Shadow's played actually, but Shadow is our resident snakes user.
Yeah, not often do you see snakes in format. It's actually really cool when people do pull it up because it's actually pretty strong. I really wish it maintained that wood element from older games. That would definitely put it more on the map and make it much more viable as like an Electros like counter or an answer to Electros, but they opted to make it null in this game. It's not like it can't be chip charged, right? Time freezing chips can't be chip charged by Tomahawk, right? So
no, you cannot chip charge any time freezing chips in general. So
yeah, it wouldn't have been that bad.
So yeah, it is a double Geddon. This is a very interesting setup. It's double Geddon, slow gauge, but it has full cast. It's got hub dash, and it's a high HP, no bust. Well, actually, no. The sacrifice here is actually so there's no bug stop. It's a 900 HP, 1900 HP, I should say. Attack max, charge max, super armor custom 2. Doesn't have beat, and it doesn't have undershirt because what it is, it's relying on hub dash. So the setup is really snakes oriented, and Shadow wants to use these 5 area grabs to get as much area as possible before popping Geddon Snake. And the snakes will do a hefty amount of damage, especially if the attack plus 30 is slapped onto one of them. And it's a very difficult to defend against. Because even after the Geddon, it's not like Shadow is... he doesn't have to necessarily lead with the snake. So you basically just have to camp. You've got to camp defense and just wait for him to get into the snakes. And you might be taking a lot of damage while that's going on because Shadow has attack stats. He's got buster stats in Falzar, which is kind of unusual to have attack max.
Yeah, definitely not something you see very often. But I understand the thought process behind it because of the getting strats. You can really lock down your opponent and get some cheeky Charlie hits, maybe some aqua cross charge shots. Really try to control the matchup in that way. But even with attack max, it's not like the Falzar charge shots are really that dominating outside of like maybe Tengu and Tomahawk, right? So you can use Tengu Cross and be back Northwind and pull them forward and then get in. So that is something that can definitely happen.
Yeah, but, the Falzar charge shots definitely not very threatening, not very dominating. They never kill people. Who would die to a Falzar charge shot that isn't Tomahawk or Tengu?
Yeah, exactly.
Who could allow that to happen with how slow Dust Cross charge shots are and how telegraphed ground crosses, like he's got to spend all of that time hopping into the ground and then hopping out and then drilling. Who would get hit by that, right?
Never. Do you want to say something to defend?
I'm not saying anything. Anyways, so on the other hand, we have my setup here, which is a Gregar V code, no shoes. No shoes, opting for an extra cuss, so it's cuss 2. And the setup is really oriented around just doing a lot of damage through Kernel Force, Super Vulcan, Bubble Star, Elect combos. Notably, I've only got the 1 Wind Rack because Elect boosted Elect Dragons do 200 damage, so they will pop a Life Aura if in even if I'm not packing much wind. The double point attack plus 30 and the white capsule, all of those combine to make a very, very damaging Super Vulcan, or potentially an even more damaging Colonel Force as well. So there's a lot of amplification going on here, slapping stuff onto different heavy-hitting chips, and then just bubble combos. So one of the big weaknesses of this folder is that it basically has one source of fire in the folder, which is Element Man. Of course you have Charge Cross, of course you have Heat Cross, but those can be a little bit more difficult to land, given that they don't travel down the whole row. So you've got to be standing at the front, and then you've got to have at least neutral area. If your opponent has +1 on you, then Charge and Heat just don't connect at all. And so if I can't knock my opponent out of Tomahawk as well, then the Bubble Star combos also lose a lot of damage.
Oh, I do have a question about your Navi Cust. I think it's one of the better Cust 2 setups. My questions would definitely be alongside the following. One, how do you feel about that fast barrier in Gregar? And two, how do you feel about not even playing float shoes?
Alright, so I've caught flack from Salad before, looking at my setup and just being like, is that really worth it? I feel like you should just run float shoes, and I'm just like, I don't know. I'm barefoot. I'm just a barefoot Gregar. You see my feet are all like torn up, They're like, I'm building like these heavy calluses. I'm just in constant suffering while I'm walking barefoot and like stepping on stepping on these poison panels. I'm just like, I don't need shoes. No. As far as the value goes, I do think I need Cust 2.
Yes.
I need Cust 2 for this setup, because if you pull, I'm not playing Balzar. If you pull attack plus 30, white capsule, double point, and you don't have anything to combo it with for a long time, then it's just a doomed game, right? You're gonna have to start throwing stuff away.
And you really don't want that to happen. You do have Sanctuary, to be clear, right? So there is a out to at least one of the Geddons. The real problem to me is, and this is something I was running into with my F code, is if the Geddon does come into play, you don't know when exactly that is. Even if you have Sanctuary in your hand, you don't know if that turn Geddon's going to be sought, right? So it's still very mind gamey, and it's kind of difficult to make that call. You could always do the thing where you take the Sanctuary, maybe in the back of the hand, and you camp something like defense. You camp like that anti-damage, and you sit on those cards in the hand until you see Geddon. So there is that little mind game there, which is interesting, but it's still difficult, right?
Yeah, and the fast barrier, I think it adds a lot of value. Like it's a little bit underrated, because maybe not against Shadow's setup in particular. With attack max, 2 Buster shots, 2 P shots will take out the barrier. But imagine running it against a attack 1 setup, right? That is actually going to make their first turn so miserable.
Yeah.
It's going to be so difficult for them to knock that barrier off. So it really depends on the matchup. But I do feel like it's not terrible. It's not a terrible usage.
I wish there was this in your folder to kind of take advantage of the barrier, though, because then you can at least trigger and beat Rush, or you can play Rush, or you can play into Rush to get that free ×2 on a Super Vulcan for that extra cheeky damage. But it's difficult, because if you're not playing Invis, that means you're playing a lot more DPS, which you have tons of, right? So I don't think it's bad per se. It's just very risky, very high risk, high reward.
Invis is a coward's defense. You're literally going invisible. You're actually just disappearing and running away. You're just phasing out of existence. It's a defense that is clearly for cowards.
Wow!
At least of anti-damage. At least of anti-damage, it's like, all right, you take the hit. It's just you had a contingency plan. You disappear for a counterattack. But in this is completely different. It is a definitely the coward's defense.
You know what? You, yes, you right there in the chair looking at the screen right now. Nerith just declared that you were a coward for using Invis. I just want to. He definitely popped off on every individual.
I'm not trying to shame anyone. I'm not trying to shame anyone. No. Like, by all means, use Invis. Use Invis. And yeah, Shadow doesn't have Invis. So, yeah, Shadow is obviously a brave, a heroic player a net battler who just understands what I'm talking about. Invis? What is Invis, anyways? Right? It is definitely not a chip that a gentleman uses, right?
Of course not. But without further ado, I think that's more than enough times on setup. Let's head into the match and see how it plays out. Nerith, never change, Ricky. Oh my goodness, dude. Wow.
Oh jeez. Alright. I did not know Shadow had this kind of turn 1. Oh, alright. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
He only had to lock like 2 chips, so he was just like, alright, like I'm set.
Wow, this is why I love Attack Max. Look, double Buster and double area grab and your area's gone too. Wow. You know what? Okay.
You know, just in case he takes that back, which he was about to.
I really respect that play. That was really smart. I like that a lot. Yo! Hold on, his P shots can't even like that's hilarious. Wow, okay. Having 1 Buster is it's so bad. You really want that hub bat effective immediately.
Yeah, Shadow does have the Buster stats. It's just that not managing to connect with any of the charge shots there, and then there's the Buster Jam, I believe, is going on.
Oh yeah, that's right. Shadow is playing Attack Max. Wow, how bizarre. I'm so not used to that being a thing.
I love it, honestly. I love it. I respect Shadow for playing it, and I want to play it myself, Attack Max Falzar, because you definitely catch some people off guard with the amount of damage you put out. People are only really used to Gregor managing to do some painful charge shots and beast charges.
Ooh, good D-Cross. Unfortunate that you're probably going to end up losing this life aura too. Yeah, there it goes. You're charging away. It is so hard to dodge those. It's possible, but it's so hard. Yo, the Gregor Buster is just so strong. Like, man.
Yeah, the Shadow here thinking about this this counter attack. Gonna go for a D-Cross as well.
I'm not sure how I feel about the Windrak here, because I kind of want to deal with that Sanctuary panel in your center there. I don't want you to have that anymore, but we'll see how it turns out. Nice. Oh, dang! Nice, excellent movement, Nerith. Woo! Bubble Star connects and the HP! Where's your HP? Oh, there it is. It's in my hand.
Yeah, there's the HP. Yeah, Shadow pulls these 2 Recup 300. It's gonna boost him back up out of the danger zone here.
Nice, there's your HP. Oh, an excellent use of the full cuts too to immediately go right into that next turn and set something up. Oh no, I think you're correct. Greed, maximum greed. Yes, I want to see it. No, yes, yeah, no. Shadow, stop playing with me. Shadow, please, maximum greed. Come on. Shadow. Aw. That's sad. You know what would really hurt? If Shadow went for Aqua or Spout Cross, right? And then did like the chip charge and while you
No,
were
no,
in
no, no,
charge.
no, 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 no. Nope,
Uh,
nope, nope, don't do it. Never
nope.
do it.
No?
No,
Why
never,
not?
dude, never, never, ever, 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 never, ever do it. What it is, so when you use the Aqua Spiral Beast Charge,
Uh-huh.
you are effectively setting a death flag for yourself.
Really?
You could be a, you could have a 2,000 HP lead, and then you
Really?
just go, you know what would be sick? You know what would be a sick idea is if I Aqua Spiral to finish my opponent off. What's gonna happen is you're gonna try to Aqua Spiral, and you're just gonna lose. Like, everything will go wrong for you after you decide to Aqua Spiral. It's not even the moment you use the Aqua Spiral, it's the moment you decide to use the Aqua Spiral. Because everything goes wrong. Like, the universe turns against you. Okay?
Wow. Really?
Yeah, so I can't remember the last time I've seen someone win after using Aqua Spiral.
Yeah, that's true. I think Aqua Spiral is very underrated. You know, it only hits like a long sword. I mean,
No,
it does like
like,
damage.
I love it. I love Aqua Spiral, but I'm just saying, I feel it is cursed.
Okay, I
feel it is
understand.
a cursed. Oh,
Ooh, nice anti-navy. No value.
no,
off of it.
yeah, no value. I mean, Shadow knows it's anti-navi, so he just pops it safely.
Yeah, yeah, that was the value. It was all in Shadow's plan. Dang, look at that, huh? Double Magnum in hand. Feeling nice. Honestly,
Yeah,
I think I would clear out the Sanctuary as soon as possible. I would take both Magnums.
Shadow definitely has the tools here to close it out. If these connect, oh, and yeah, this will be a.
Oh, how
Right here.
interesting.
This is gonna force me to. Oh wow, yeah, he catches me right here. Now I can't move,
Ooh,
and yeah,
ooh.
I have no defense to. There's nothing that you can do against an erase man.
Oh, that really denied the whole kernel force.
Yeah, that denied everything. And you know, it wasn't a beast kernel force either, so the damage from 2 rows wasn't really gonna.
Too much. Wow. I don't think he knew that you had kernel force. Maybe he did actually. Maybe that was a strong read.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but a lot of that damage coming out the end is just really hard to avoid. The magnums, especially, you know, they pierce through, they destroy traps, Mr. Cursor, while also really messing with the fact that I don't have shoes.
Yeah, not having shoes is just really, really scary. Like, at least if you were to move around in that situation, you would have had that crack panel, the front 3 panels to work with in terms of movement. Like, these holes are actually going to mess with you quite a bit.
I'm actually kind of okay with the way these holes ended up playing out. And Shadow didn't actually manage to hit me with Charlie at any point.
True. Charlie's swinging and missing. Yog Sagat in YouTube chat asks, what's the most busted Mega Man Bounder game? No, definitely not 4 Zeta. Definitely not 4. 4 is actually pretty balanced. I would have to say either 2 or 3. Maybe 1, because 1 is kind of ignorant too. But I'm edging towards 2. Oh, are we talking about in terms of PvP or PvE? That matters too. Oh gosh, the snakes! Oh, but it's not wood, so you don't care. Just patiently waiting. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Very good movement from Shadow side, wow.
There's the Habatch from Shadow.
And there's another one of those really nice and powerful Geddons. You know, I'm surprised not crossing over to something like Tomahawk to take advantage of like Geddon or anything like that. You have the attack max, why not go for it, right? Nice, nice. Oh, oh, the second one clips. Oh, nice. Very good damage coming out from this charge shot here. Definitely a showcase of what Electros can do if given the time. Really great offensive pressure here.
Yeah, but Shadow does have quite an area advantage here. If he decided to go for this area grab, get in Snake's play, that would be a ton of damage.
That would be a lot of damage, like more damage than necessary. I mean, you still survive, but oh, nice! You have the area grab in hand though, so that will compensate some of that damage. Another area grab, nice, 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 nice. That's really good. There's the Geddon, and there's the snakes. Was that a full cast?
I believe that was full cast.
Okay. I don't remember Shadow taking it. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this position that Shadow's in right now. Double area grab, just waiting for these panels to clear to probably lock on with that kernel force. I definitely sense it coming. Oh, if you're gonna walk on my path, I mean, I'm just gonna shoot you. That's fine. And then here comes the kernel force. Oh, not using kernel force. Oh, okay, you don't have it. You have life roar instead. That makes sense. Say goodbye to Exodia though. Oh, the time. Okay, I thought he didn't have time. Shadow's playing Tomahawk Man Star. How interesting. Not a chip you see very often.
Yeah, definitely Tomahawk Man Star you don't see much. SP, you know, it's a really heavy hitter, 280 damage, so it will destroy Life Aura. It's got double element mental coverage against both Tengu and Elec.
Okay, Barry 200. Oh, the X. He dodged that. Wow, nice. Nice, okay. This allows for setup for Tomahawk Man, correct? Oh, Kernel Force. Not using anti-damage until now was actually kind of correct so that we don't clip by a beast charge. I like to do decision to use the defense instead. Oh, but the Buster Bug.
Except the Buster Jam.
Dang.
Right, yeah, so as I was saying earlier, no one would like walk into some really slow telegraphed Falzar charge shots, right?
What are you saying to me?
I'm saying like no one could possibly walk into some of these charge shots. That's why Falzar's you know, charge cross their cross game is just kind of weak, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
No one could just right.
Right. No. Okay.
Yeah,
see,
yeah.
Yeah. Wait. What are you? Oh no. Okay. No. I'm with
No,
this.
what?
I'm with this.
Huh?
What are we doing? Shadow. You. Okay. Okay.
There's no way, right? Like, I mean, right? Like, who would, who could, you know, I don't even see a way to.
Get out. Get out right now. Get out right now. Leave. me really right now. What, Darren? What happened?
I love how I knew it was coming and I stepped out of the way. I dodged it and I'm just like, yeah,
Yes.
okay, like
Yep.
there's
Okay.
no way. You can't hit me with that. And I'm just like, all right,
It's over now.
but
Right?
uh, but I still have a chance. I'm just gonna hop right back in. I might not have let it hit me, but then I let it hit me.
No. No. Like, it was. Yo.
Yeah, Shadow
Okay.
Shadow promised to buy me a new pair of shoes, so I just had to.
I think a new pair of shoes would be good at this point. I kind of agree.
But
Wow.
yeah, good game. Well played to Shadow. That was a very funny end to the set, at least I would think.
Wow. Wow. Free air shoes inside. Wow, my gosh. How unfortunate. Yeah, again, great games to you and great games to Shadow over there. That was really fun. Yeah, that was definitely a way to win the game. That's the thing. All right, but going into our last round, Maple versus Uvu, I believe.
Yeah, it is Maple versus Uvu, and Maple is running a Hub BDT setup, 1800 HP, with. I mean, this also doesn't have bubble stars. So a lot of the BDT setups that we've seen in this Blood Moon, they do not have bubble stars to combo with,
Yeah.
including if even Aqua's setup, doesn't have the bubble stars. So, so a Gregar Charge Cross can deal with it quite effectively, as we've seen in Symes versus Aqua. But this is going to be Falzar versus Falzar, so there is no option to destroy the Dark Thunders using Charge Tackle. Instead, there are a couple of other options available, but they tend to be a little bit more difficult to use. For example, Ground Cross. If you use Ground Cross, it takes you off the field momentarily. So if you time it just right, BDTs will they'll leave the field if they're on the back row. So you can use Ground Cross to kind of force BDTs off the field, but it isn't nearly as flexible as Charge Cross in terms of dealing with it.
I definitely see exactly where you're coming from. I think it just goes so hand in hand to have Bubble Star that it's kind of like it's weird to not see it, right? Like even when I play BDT, yeah, okay, yeah, I play BDT. I'm sorry, but even when I play BDT, I play V Code Bubble Star. I believe V Code has Bubble Star 2, and then I play a couple of Bubble Star 3s in the folder in G Code, just because of the amazing synergy that it has. That's 5 Bubble Stars on top of a Bug Death Thunder. That's a lot of opportunities for ×2 damage, and it traps your opponent, it locks them in place. Like it's too good to not have, but opting to not play is also viable, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And it's not like Bubble Stars and BDT go hand in hand.
Right.
And that's not like a thing that's like always been true or anything, right? If anything, it's like I won't say it's recent because it's definitely not, but it's like relatively recent for Bubble Stars and BDT to be like to just to play them both and combo off of each other. It's not like the very first BDT setups were like, all right, Bubble Stars, this is really great synergy. It took a while for people to kind of figure it out and be like, wait a second, it hard counters Charge Cross, right? That we want to get rid of as a BDT user, and it just so much synergy with BDT. So definitely running it without Bubble Stars still an option, but you've got to ask yourself, like, what are you gaining, right, by avoiding the Bubble Stars? Because a lot of the codes, even the codes that are being played of BDT, you have the option to run something to help you combo with the Dark Thunders, right?
Exactly. But
And,
looking over at Uvu's side, let's talk a little bit about Tank Cannon and why it's the best tip in the world.
our good friend Uvu. Uvu is one of Uvu's one of my favorite players. He's got to be one of my favorite players in the community. And there's a lot of swag coming in with this Tank Cannon. And I think like last week we saw, I pointed this out to the Salad when we were watching. I was just like, hey, isn't that a tank cannon? Like, that's a tank cannon. I think it was a tank cannon 2 or tank cannon 3, and I was just like, isn't that tank cannon 2 or 3? Like, doesn't Uvu usually run tank cannon 1? And I was like, wait, it's because last week Uvu's folder, the tank cannon was just there. Like, it was just a completely random splash. So yeah, it was 3. It was a tank cannon 3 from B code, and it was because Uvu wasn't gonna get an in-code tank cannon with their folder. So they just decided, all right, I'm gonna go for the strongest tank cannon, tank cannon 3. And this week we see tank cannon 1s, and one of them being ragged, because they're in code with A code, of course. It's very demoralizing to get hit by a tank cannon head on, because you just get sent right to the back. Like it's just like, it feels like a bully is pushing you into a locker or something.
Yeah.
And you're getting like you're just being flung all the way back. Like it feels like a disproportionate, or like it's just unreasonable, right? It feels like, what did I ever do? How do I deserve this?
What have I done, my sweetest friend? But
yeah.
There's also the hidden factor that Tank Cannon has specifically for Uvu. You know how like Justin Wong has the Wong factor? Well, Uvu has the Tank Cannon factor. If you get clipped by this Tank Cannon, chances are you're about to get clipped in this game. Like, chances are you're taking this out. I don't know what it is, but it's like his mindset changes when he lands that Tank Cannon. It's like, now I'm motivated type level extreme, you know? Man.
Yeah,
but without further ado, yeah, let's hop into this match and get it on, man.
Oh, and one thing we did not mention, I do believe this is a humor setup from Uvu.
Yes.
So the
Can you
potential.
explain humor? What is humor?
So humor is when you put in either is it poem or the humor Navicust parts into your Navicust, and they're bugged so that it gives you a random status, or random emotion. So you could be angry, you could have full synchro, you could be tired. And what it does is when you're angry or you have full synchro, you obviously do ×2. Oh wow. And of course.
First barrier, I hate it. Gone.
Basically, it cycles between emotions, and there are two different emotions that give you a chance to do ×2 damage with your next chip. So you could get ×2 on your Giga chip and just do upwards of 1,000 damage or more. So the downside is that the humor effect is only the emotion bug it's only active while you are in base Mega Man. So if you go into cross, that is going to remove it, and you will no longer have the chance for ×2. And then Uvu also started off this game with the green invulnerability effect, and it's a random status effect. So Uvu could have also had a negative status effect. Could have been blind, right? Could have been confusion. And you saw there for a split second, Uvu, you saw the rings, those pinkish purplish rings around Uvu. That was full synchro. So if Uvu had a chip ready at that time, it would have done ×2.
Yep. Seeing BDC so early is such a fortunate sequence of events from Mabel here. Oh, it wasn't ×2 though. Okay, and of course anti-damage is there. Nice.
So
nice.
the Judgment SP connect. So Uwu steps off of the Holy Panel, takes the Dark Thunder off of the Holy Panel, and does a full 200 to him. But the Judgment SP also misses as a result, so kind of breaks even. Oh no, but the Rush will be off of the Holy Panel, so this Dark Thunder is threatening. It's menacingly creeping towards Uwu from behind. And they've really got to deal with this BDT pressure.
And there it is. The uninstall in hand with that machine gun will eat through this anti-damage and punish Uwu for not crossing out, as well as taking that BDT from behind. Oh, but Master Cross! Nice! That's max damage Master Cross! Nice!
Fortunately, not ×2, but still a huge chunk of damage.
They had to go for it because of the Invis there. Yeah, unfortunate, but take the damage where you can, right? I think people tend to move around a little too much when BDT's in play. You definitely can't afford to take careful steps, right? You want to lead the BDT into a certain path. Dodging around like this can actually change its trajectory to something that's kind of like not fortunate for you. Ooh, yeah. That was damage. Yikes. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. That was a BDT. That was a Super Vulcan. Stun twice. Oh man. Jeez. Oh, whoa. We see a cross from Uwu's side here. How interesting.
This is very interesting because, oh, yeah, there's a tank cannon, of course.
Of course.
So this could be a Risky Honey, charged Risky Honeys coming out potentially. I don't see any other reason necessarily to go into Tomahawk Cross.
Oh man, someone please tell Maple that, because he just locked in a bunch of multi-hitting chips. For some reason, I think he thinks that anti-damage is gonna protect him. I don't know. Oh boy. Oh boy. That will
damage does protect.
What? Oh. Okay, we get a couple of these?
Damage. Only 60 damage due to attack 1. So not getting huge value from this area advantage, but it is going to pressure Maple a bit here.
Yeah, only
But
taking 60 damage from this is not scary at all.
At the same time, these holy panels are also offsetting it a bit, so the HP difference is not going to be huge. Ooh.
Okay.
So
Judgment will not get the chap. Yeah, it's not gonna get the chap here though. Oh wow.
Oh wait, no, it's a little bit early. Yeah, now the invis ends, and
oh,
ooh.
but nice. Oh no, why'd you back up?
So Uwu realizes I think Uwu realizes they're not getting that much value out of this Tomahawk forward camping that's going on.
I'd still want to keep that area, you know? Meteor Knuckles,
Ooh,
no time to
Meteor Oh, the anti-damage could not be, because that was a Time Priest counter. So Maple would have had to choose to throw away Hub Badge, I believe?
Yeah.
But still, actually not too many hits either, so the Meteor Knuckle not doing too much.
Uwu, not getting too much value out of Tomahawk here. It's definitely time to switch it up. Maybe going into maybe something like Dust. I don't know. You kind of want to get decross at this point.
Ooh, Honor Knight in Twitch chat is saying that it was during the recovery chip lockout, so...
Ah, chip recovery lockout. That makes sense. Yeah, they couldn't respond with the chip. Mine! Oh-ho! Watch your step. Oh no, but hub batch is in place, so float shoes will ignore mine.
I really wish it didn't. I wish mine just triggered anyways.
Yeah, I agree. That's really unfortunate that happened. Okay, the decross finally happening. Someone cue the Ultra Instinct music, because I don't think that was a good idea. Oh, shield. Oh, hello. Oh, nice. Yeah, Beast over? Yeah, definitely not. Maybe Maple forgot that Beast that was already out of play. Okay, got some defense here. Oh,
Ooh,
just
DT,
barely.
But then Master Cross comes out as well. But it's still gonna be short a bit, and Uvu does not have anything. It's not gonna have anything else locked in. Yeah, if only these were ×2.
Ooh.
Oh, and if Uvu does not cancel out of this, it's not just cross cancel or beast, then
The game's
this is
over.
gonna be a combo that they can't get out of.
Yeah. I'm not certain what Uwu can do in this position. It's looking kind of bleak. I don't see a way out. Man, I'm not gonna stop believing in Uwu. Uwu can do it. Let's do it, Uwu. Come on. Oh! Oh!
Oh! Oh!
Oh! Oh!
Yeah. You know what?
What?
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
No! No!
All of a sudden, Uvu just. I felt like
Yo!
I felt like Uvu was like in a dormant state for a lot of that, and then suddenly at the very end, just like throwing
Woke
everything,
up.
just, like, awakens in a rage and just flips the table over and just wow. All right.
Wait a minute! Uvu just said it in chat! The true Mastercross! Those are all the pieces of Mastercross!
Wait, was that Master Cross order? Was that the same order too? Oh my!
No. It wasn't the same order. I don't. That was insane.
That would
Oh my goodness. Oh, that was perfect. Oh my god. I did not expect that. I really did not expect that to end in that sort of way. Wow.
Yeah, that woke me up. I'm gonna admit I didn't get too much sleep, but that one woke me up.
No, that definitely woke me up. Like, you caught me slipping. I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about that at all. Maple's sitting there like, yo, what changed? Oh no. Oh no, you got clipped by the tank cannon. No, he's motivated. It's over. Uvu, he's unstoppable now. You can't let yourself get hit by that. Oh no. Oh no, Uvu. Oh my gosh. I don't like this shuffle.
The direct hit tank cannon too. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
That's so demoralizing.
Wow.
No Uwu, only Uvu.
Yes, no Uwu, only Uwu.
Some defense coming out. We'll see whether or not Maple can. Ooh, so
Wow.
sidesteps this. Manages to avoid the Judge Man. It would have removed
Nice.
the Invis.
And also getting. There's something in his hand. What's in his hand? What did Uwu do that turn?
So Uvu is just fishing for that charge shot, removing the anti-damage now, maybe waiting for a ×2 play here.
I think Maple made a mistake. I think Maple made a grave mistake. Throwing away that life aura. Okay, no, it's just area grab. Okay. Whew. Oh. Okay. Oh, nice.
Ooh,
Good
so
movement.
second the win rack misses, and then
Oh! Okay, no, it doesn't matter.
to mine is now on the field. But yeah, yeah, here it is. And Maple is also in Beast as well, so. But still,
I really
it's
hate.
a thought that counts. It's a thought that counts.
Yeah. Exactly. I really
And now
hate
how'd
the
that
change they made to float shoes. Like, I really
Yeah.
hate it.
Yeah, I wish mine was a little bit better.
Okay, that's good damage.
And
And
I believe
turn
that
full
was-
coast?
I believe that was after the recovery 300, so now this damage is going to stick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an end of the turn full synchro. We're gonna see something potentially big if you don't decide to take that invisible, my friend. There you go. There you go. Okay, now you're safe.
Ooh, and this could be a Super Vulcan turn with White Capsule attack, Sturdy, and Beast.
Oh, okay. It was just a one break time.
Ooh, this will protect from the Super Vulcan, so the Super Vulcan loses all value here.
Really smart. I would chip charge it and get value from the ability to destroy the sanctuary.
Ooh, yeah, so Uvu could have stepped onto the Holy Panel with the Life Aura, and that would block the BDT and destroy it. You would just be able to camp the Holy Panel, because Life Aura with so Holy Aura, the Life Aura on top of a Holy Panel, it does make it so the enemy has to do 400 damage to break your Life Aura. Ooh, but there's the Tengu cross from Maple to deal with this Life Aura. Oh.
Oh, ouchie, ouchie.
Yeah, and the Super Vulcan connects. It no longer has a Beast boosting it, so it loses quite a bit of damage, but here's Master Cross coming out from Uvu. No ×2, because Uvu is in Beast.
Yeah, I don't think beasting out was the play here. I'm not sure. Eventually it's gonna go away, which is nice, and you can still potentially get a counter hit, so you can get that ×2 that way. But oh, okay. Oh, nice. Bring him that last recover 300. Ooh, the footsies. Very nice.
Yeah, and Uvu, maybe just going to Tomahawk for the status guard at the moment.
Oh, he tried to eat it. With the, that's tough. That was really tough. Really good damage, though.
Yeah, it was still a charged Risky Honey, so yeah, of course the Risky Honey 3s, when they are charged, they are going to do even more damage, but only a single bee. Only a single swarm of bees coming out.
This is going to be a really big play. Tomahawk coming in with this area and that Life Aura in hand. That's going to be a lot of damage over time, especially in a slow gauge setting.
Yeah, the VDTs are definitely going to be hard to avoid on this field with Maple camping forward. Uvu thinking their turn through.
Yeah, this is cutting it pretty close. We do have access to humor again, though, right? So it'll flash between tired, full synchro, and rage, I believe. Oh, but we cross. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Life Aura.
Oh, blocked by Life Aura, unfortunately.
Smart.
And yeah, the humor effect is gone after Beast. I believe you are
Nice.
forced into the tired status.
I really like taking the charge shot there and actually eating up the anti-damage instead, because you were able to deter a turn of BDT. Yeah, that was actually really good. I'm pretty positive you get clipped here. Yeah, that curse was on you. Yeah. Oh! Oh, the fire hit!
Oh, if that fire had landed.
Oh my gosh, he tried to duck
Oh,
him,
no.
bro.
If that fired, oh wow, the Element Man is on that.
Oh my, the Aqua Needle. Ufu said it's not over. Oh, the counter hit. Yeah. Hold on, it turned up a little too much. Maple was like, hold on, yeah, hold on, no.
Oh, this could be
No.
If Maple's
Okay. If Maple lands this, oh man, yeah, I don't know. This is looking tough. Okay.
if this, oh wow, it just
Oh.
lands. It just lands like that. If it had connected on the holy panel, it would not have done enough damage. But unfortunately, Uvu was caught off of the holy panel, and Maple takes that 2-1.
Excellent game
yeah,
to both
right,
players.
Uvu. Right, Uvu. When you step up, couldn't be me, says Uvu in Twitch chat. Right. Yeah, you know, like
Same.
who would step up off of their holy panel
You know
when
what I
their
mean?
when your
Like, come
opponent has
on.
Muramasa and is in Beast Over? Who would do that, right? No one would
Not
do that,
me.
right? Like no one could get caught out like that.
No.
Alright,
Very good
that
game.
was quite a set to watch. Really, really good play from both players here, Maple and Uvu. Well played. And so this is, I believe this is technically our final set, but we have a surprise for you guys. We have a special exhibition match that we are going to show. And this is a special match. It is not technically played within the Blood Moon. So it's not technically a tournament match, but it is a set between Salad and Player Zero. And Player Zero, unfortunately, could not actually play this tournament, but he does so much work behind the scenes. In fact, he's operating the stream right now, and he tends to be the one to run the streams, and he does a lot of work behind the scenes in the community in general. So this will be a special exhibition set between Salad and Player Zero.
So, Player Zero is a phenomenal player, of course, and Salad definitely one of the, if not the best players in the server. This is just gonna be an explosive matchup. I can already tell.
Yeah, and I believe this is Salad's perspective, and so we don't see setups because this isn't a New Moon or Blood Moon match, so it is going to be a bit of a surprise seeing these two folders and their builds. This does look like a mirror matchup in terms of the Navi cust, at least. 1400 HP. Ooh, what's that? Have the same idea here. Alright, let's go in the spout. Let's get some freeze. Oh, Grandman SP connects from Player Zero.
Ooh, and the HP's already dipping below the 1000 range, and the game just started.
Oh, but you're trading back a little bit with two charge shots. On the ice field with Spout Cross's charge shots, you can land two in quick succession, just because of the freeze. So
not
Salad,
stepping down there though to get that last charge shot. Interesting.
So Salad is on the left, and Player Zero is on the right. So we are seeing Salad's point of view here.
Oh, okay, perfect. So Salad left, PZ right. Perfect.
Okay, they both beast. All right.
Oh!
Wow! Uninstall machine gun.
Oh!
no!
Aqua Spiral!
It's like
No! Don't! They did it! No!
Okay. You see this 474 HP difference. Doesn't exist. No, the Aqua Spiral basically just reversed it. So, Salad is the one who has 474 hit points ahead, right? Because the Aqua Spiral just easily overcomes that difference.
It shreds through HP like nothing before.
Yeah, it shreds your own hopes of winning. Okay, so player 0 sidesteps that ground beast charge. Ooh,
Nice.
Oh!
Oh, the counter hit though! At the very end! PG saying, I'm gonna get it either way, I don't know about you. I want this counter.
Big brain reflector too. Did not connect, but did not activate, but still, that very cheeky reflector 3 thrown in there.
Yes. Really good movement from PZ there, because he was about to get really punished by that drill.
Life Aura from player 0, but Bubble Wrap from side. Both of them throwing down these defenses.
It's just a humble bubble. It doesn't take a lot of damage, but it comes back. You know, it loves you. Oh no, but stepping in range to the... Oh!
The bubble Wrap getting dealt with the Element Man. Okay, both of them, obviously beasts timing out in the same turns. They beasted out in the same turn. Now we'll see what they choose to do here. Yeah, need to pack this Wind Rack to deal with player 0's Life Aura.
Man, okay, so PC appears, I'm gonna say that, it appears to be in the leading position, right? But we all know how easily that can immediately reverse, especially since, you know, it's Salad playing, you know. I'm expecting some big things here, you know.
Yeah, definitely you can't count Salad out even when they're a little bit low on HP.
I really like the play of going into Tengu here to maybe deny a life aura from your opponent. That was really smart. Erase Man! Oh, but nice!
Still get that value. Still get that value. Blocks that Erase Man. And this could be the difference, right?
Oh, an accidental input! Take advantage! Yes! Yes! Oh.
That blocks the full Tengu lock, so there goes player 0's hopes of just finishing this off with the Tengu rack.
This is the prime position for PZ though. We all know PZ's favorite combination of chips, Meteor Knuckle and the Neo Variable Sword. So I definitely expect it to come out in the next turn, and I think Salad expects it as well. Oh, but the Tomahawk!
Ooh.
And it beat! Oh no! The bird came out to eat!
However,
the second one is here!
and this one's stronger.
Very nice, very nice. Oh, and Rush coming out to eat too! Everyone's eating. A fitting way to end the turn. Wait, actually, throwing away that defense, I'm not sure if I like that. Wood Dragon.
So that trap would get thrown away there.
Do you think this Wood Dragon's in a clip? I think it might. I think it's tracking to the front row.
Yeah, I think it will. However, these grass panels get instantly turned into holy panels instead. Yeah, and I didn't even notice that Wood Dragon.
Yeah, it was really at the end there, very close. Oh, Tomahawk! Oh, the invisible. Oh, the Tengu! Yes, sir!
SP, 360 damage. Oh, but the recovery 300 coming in.
This puts PZ in a tough spot. Oh, they backed up.
Second one. Oh, and they just trade. They trade blows. Axe for axe right there. Salad taking a little bit less, but having less HP to begin with.
Yeah, that was the most anime situation just now. Both swords clashing mid-battle as they stare into each other's eyes and then dash apart.
So luckily, player 0 manages to cross out here, avoid taking double damage from this Element Man, but oh no! Oh, what?
What? Only 2 hits
and
in the PZ?
And the final knuckle got blocked by the anti-damage. So that's a pretty interesting interaction with Meteor Knuckle actually. If you pop anti-damage, and it gets if there's a time freeze counter interaction like that, the final Knuckle will actually get blocked.
Is he about to die by his own hand? The own combo that he so loves and fears? Wow!
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 That is
That was the equivalent of the Green Goblin dying to his own glider.
This is like two warriors, two samurai, right, dueling each other with their neo variable swords, and Meteor Knuckles, right? Because famously, samurai employed martial arts fist techniques, raining knuckles down from the sky on their opponents.
Yes, absolutely.
And so, definitely, a lot of back and forth here. That was such a close game one.
Wow, and this is the exhibition. This is a friendly. Like, this is crazy, yo. Look what you guys have going for you. Look what you have to look forward to when you join the server. This competition is fierce, man. Fierce, and it's just so much to dive into and get involved in.
But Dust gets protected here. Dust gets protected by the Life Aura.
Wow!
Cube sucked off the field.
Wow, but the wind rack!
This is such a big matchup.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the final panel in the manga, when Mega Man finally removes the limiter on his like legs and arms, and Proto Man pulls out the Muramasa, and they're like, yeah, now we can really get to spar. And it's like, what? What do you mean? P-Shot turns into a giant buster.
They were just holding back this whole time.
This whole time, they were holding back. Oh my gosh! Wow. No, this is sparring. Correct. There's nothing on the line here. Just friendly. Just friendly. Oh my gosh. Wow. Charlie just missing. Oh, but he gets one.
Both of them throwing barrier 200 down at the same time. This Element Man is gonna take half of that barrier 200 down, but so it's Trash turn. Can use Dust Cross's unique ability here.
Not a huge fan of this hand, but at least there is a way to reclaim area here. But you have to deal with that barrier first. Opting to keep the full cust, of course, for an extra turn of digging. Very nice.
Choosing to shuffle that uninstall back, just not really having anything to use it with at the moment, and not necessarily desperately needing to uninstall your opponent at this time.
Yeah. Red Ace 100 asks in chat, are the VODs from last week only viewable on Twitch? For now they are, but eventually all of our VODs from previous weeks will be uploaded to the YouTube channel for everyone's viewing pleasure. So just give it some time and those VODs will go up. Don't worry. Ooh, nice.
D-Cross. Machine gun does disconnect there.
Turn defense here, that's pretty strong. You know, I'm not the hugest fan of Bubble Wrap. But at the same time, I understand the value out of it.
Bubble Wrap is it's such a weird defensive chip, right? Like you don't often, and it's because it leaves you vulnerable to Elec, right? And there is quite a lot of Elec in the meta. Judge Man, Element Man, both of those can mess up your Bubble Wrap, but it actually gets so much value out of specific matchups. Oh wow, this Grab Revenge, it's gonna interrupt that P-Shot.
Oh no, and the full area! Oh no!
Yeah, the Bubble Wrap is also actually it was still intact as a result. Okay, so in this, player 0 going to protect himself from his Tengu Rack play. Ooh, well, so I believe Salad is in the process of letting the Tengu Rack go. I could be wrong, but that would deal with the this life aura quite handily, and then player 0 would have to step up if he wanted to Judge Man or to do anything, because this Bubble Wrap will actually block one hit, so an Erase Man or anything won't be enough. It will not be enough to deal with it. Okay,
there
so
it
it
goes,
was a
immediately taken care of. Eraseman will connect here, just gonna let it time out. No reason to really rush this. Nice punish.
Ooh, and player 0 mashed out, but unfortunately his last input when mashing out was up, so he stepped up and still received the Tengu Rack. Even though I believe he had enough time. I believe normally you would have enough time to mash out and step back. So you also have to be very careful with the directions that you're choosing to mash with, and that can actually mess you up in terms of your movement as well, and then also how quickly you're mashing out. So there's a lot to consider in that aspect.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm not seeing exactly how player 0 can play around this next turn upcoming, because Tomahawk is going to be putting on a lot of damage, and that Bubble Wrap is still in play, which will protect you from some good straight hits. There it is, air grab, protecting that anti-damage, very nice. Oh, there it is. Bubble Wrap back again.
Oh, and
so much defense.
Both of them were just playing around this, and Salad does get the upper hand here with this anti-damage at the very end. Even still sitting on one chip. I'm not quite sure what it was, but really just denying that 480 damage. That would have been a crucial way for player 0 to overturn this matchup, but there's still a lot up both of their sleeves.
Yeah. That last turn was pretty unfortunate. And the Bubble Star's still in play here, which is going to be really annoying, but the Recover 300s are definitely going to be a way to reclaim some kind of claim to this battle. Oh, nice! Nice, nice. Getting rid of that bubble, and now being able to reclaim area as well. Very good for player 0 here. Oh, just
no,
barely!
Would have been a nice 200 damage trade back, but not managing to squeeze that Meteor Knuckle in the very end. But player 0 here is in the corner, so if he does not have defense loaded up, this will be potentially a very painful Meteor Knuckle to sit through. On top of the panel breaking, it will stop player 0 from maneuvering.
Banagander D on YouTube is asking, is there any advantage of playing one version over the other? And no. Honestly, it's about even between both versions. And you can really perform well whichever version you choose to play, as long as you play to your version's strengths.
Yeah, and like I said, Meteor Knuckle does lock player 0 down here. In terms of the version comparisons, each version has unique advantages over each other, but overall I wouldn't say that one version is like stronger than the other one. In fact, even in the aspects that you might consider one version to be somewhat stronger than the other one in, for example, Gregar having stronger charge shots or something, Balzar can definitely surprise you with the power of her charge shots. So, oh no, that was a messed up variable input from Salad there.
Salad, she always says it, yeah.
Yeah, should have been the double life sword.
Yeah, she said she's not very good at using that. I'm not good at it either. It's really hard sometimes in the moment to get that life sword.
Oh, was that a did they just trade dragons there and decross each other?
Yes, they traded dragons, decross each other, and I'm pretty positive Salad's had an uninstall on it.
Yeah, so that was Elect Dragon uninstall hitting player 0, decrossing Spout, and then Fire Dragon coming out and decrossing Salad's Tomahawk. So both of them knocking each other back into base Mega Man form right here. And both of them going beast. Oh, jeez.
Erase Man SP in hand. Oh, okay, that was nerve-wracking. PZ just dancing back and goes for the Nadir Knuckle. 1, 2, only 2 hits. Oh! He went for it. Oh my gosh.
Not step center for that. Oh no.
Erase Man SP coming down.
Oh.
That will seal the deal. Very close game to both players. Nice. That was so good.
84 HP. So if that Neo variable had landed, that would have been game.
Yes.
Yes. If it was double life sword, that would just be, you know, oof. And even if that was a sonic boom that connected a center sonic boom, then it would still have been one buster shot away. So wow,
Yep.
that was so close, and just the level of gameplay there is it's making my brain fry actually.
Same here, dude. It was really
Wow.
intense today. A lot of crazy matches went on today, man. It was really nice.
All right. So it would have been criminal if we didn't show that match. Actually, wow.
Yeah.
All right.
I agree.
So you know, yeah. So thanks again. But well played to both players. Both Salad and Player Zero there. That was not a tournament match. Player Zero, unfortunately, did not end up signing up for this Blood Moon. But you know, thanks again to both Salad and Player Zero for the work and the love and commitment that they put into this game and this community and organizing these events for us, running these events for us. You know.
Absolutely. Thank you guys. Everyone in the background, Salad, Player Zero. And there's a long list of players who actually go and put into this stream. It's just a lot of love and
Enduring Ray as well did the double VOD for the stream. So the very first set, that double VOD was put together by Enduring Ray. So thanks to Enduring Ray as well. And you know, I've got to be forgetting someone, but maybe Player Zero can cover for me here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've mentioned there's a lot of work that goes into the back end. There's a lot of people that are helping with different aspects of the stream. So just trying to give shout outs individually would never be enough. So obviously a shout out to all of our commentators, you and Sol and everyone else that couldn't make it today, and but we're doing the other streams. Without everyone, we wouldn't have this community. And yeah, so that was the final match for today. So I mean, it was a lot of fun playing against Salad. I am very much looking forward to seeing more hype matches from future streams, as this was the first stream for this tournament. So we have more streams planned. So make sure you head to the N1GP Discord so you can get notified when our future streams are live. that will conclude today's stream. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope everyone has enjoyed the stream. Again, huge shout out to all of the players, especially especially Ulrisk for playing over 33 matches in the first week. So we still have full week full of matches, but Ulrisk has already done most of the matches. So that's a huge shout out. Symes, I believe, also is very close, playing a lot of matches already. And as always, stay tuned. We'll have more matches and see you again. Goodbye.